Yeah. They call me James, I reduce them to stutters. All of you lying abusers get hunted. I come with truth and the proof you discover, and I'll give it to you, then you get to running like boom shakalaka. 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 You get to running like. I just ask questions and you cook yourself. I could refute you, but you don't need help. I set you up to say truth from your mouth. You give proof when you shout that your fruit is in doubt. If you're truly devout, why you lying so much? I don't hide in the cut, I be firing you up. You thinking you sharp, but I'm lining you up. Bro, you won't scare me, stop trying to be tough. Y'all never focus, redemption seems hopeless. That energy soulless, and everyone knows this. We level these copers, cause heaven has soldiers that never give over to mental controllers. We over your head cause you don't know the spirit. Y'all go to Mecca to hope for forgiveness. How you atone by a stone when you kiss it? Next verse is worse, bro, you don't wanna miss it. They call me James, I reduce them to studies. All of you lying abusers get hunted. I come with truth and the proof you discover, and I give it to you, then you get to run it like boom shakalaka. 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 You get to run it like. You wanna cry and then bring out the Arabic. I'ma turn arrogance into embarrassment. I'm having access to all of your scholars, and internet translates the Arabic for us. Dang it, there's more cause there's Christians that's Arab that give us the language like Sil, for example. Nowhere to hide your own lyrics will spank you. Then I'ma hit you from biblical angles. The fact that you think that us Christians are weak is exactly the reason you give us this beef. Attack all you want, but you getting this cheek, and I won't match your energy. God lives in me. River to sea, we gon' free Palestine, because they finna see when we tell them you're lying. Us Christians gon' pull them up out of the fire. When they ask who did it, just tell them the lion. Judah!
God bless you all. God bless. God bless. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, I ask you to bless this live and all those that pass on by. Come on through today. I know I changed the topic slightly. I was going to do, is the Quran, what is it going to do? Is the Quran, does Allah mean what he says? Does Allah mean what he says? And unfortunately, we can see that he doesn't. So let me just set this up over here to get the microphone sorted. 1 second. Okay, let me just see this. And then I've got a warning already. Turning your camera off shows static images, or being away for too long may result in your live becoming illegible for a fee. Alrighty. What's up, my man?
What's up, God bless. Bro, do you really have this cover?
Do I have what?
The words on the cover, bro.
What do you mean words on the cover?
No, your picture is, banana.
Oh, would that get me dropped?
Huh?
Do you think that will get me dropped?
Yeah.
Man, come on, man.
Just send me the picture. I'll do some censoring.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna just hide the picture. You're not gonna find me another picture. Let me see if I can just find another picture.
Bro, we love TikTok shop, but we also know they be sensitive to you specifically.
Okay, guys, I forgot all about that. So just a couple of seconds, and then I will, and if you can, make it as small as the one I just sent you. So the topic today is Islamic paradise is full of dingy, sin and sexuality. Dingy, sin and sexuality. And let me see, I've actually got another. I can also see if I can adjust the picture. If we can just get rid of the and I'll tell you why I had this topic. So I was listening to a Muslim woman on another live, And of course, she spoke in such an awful manner that was shocking how crazy her language was. And then the guy was like, yeah, well, don't forget what you're going to get in paradise. Remember what you are going to be given. And she was like, hang on a second. What do you mean by that? You don't know. It could be, she said, it could be that we will have, it'll be better for us and it's not as bad as you think it is. And I was like, well, hang on a second. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Just what do you mean? Because that's not true. Just let me double check this. I'll actually have a Diddy one for you as well.
Yeah, as Jim said, we're fixing the cover, guys. Hope you all had a good weekend, guys. Dang, I sound tired, man. Maybe I shouldn't be talking.
Alrighty, so what I've done is I sent you another picture, and that's the Diddy party. If you can edit the one I just sent you now, and I'll use that one because, and then just take away the SEX and add dingy dingy, and then keep the Diddy and everything else the same. And then I can do it from there. But as I said, guys, the reason for this entire topic today was because of a female, and she was denying the fact that they are allowed to have these types of activities in the heavens. She was like, ain't no way this is true. So my question is, either she doesn't know Islam or she's hiding from the fact that this is what Islam is giving them. Now, the question would be, well, what is Islam giving them? What are we allowing Islam? What is Islam allowing that that we misunderstanding? Just give me a second. I'm just trying to rearrange. I have moved offices, so I've had to set up. Oh no. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry. So I had to set it up again. And of course, when you set it up, it's never the same. So I've got another guest. Sahib Black Mamba, what's up, man? Okay, I think that was a mistake. Needs to oil his doors. So, guys, now the question is, have I misunderstood? Have you guys misunderstood as to what Islam has offered the Muslim people? And then we have to ask ourselves, well, how did he manage to do that? What did he do to make it make sense for Muslims to accept the fact that this is what their God is giving them? This is what the God of Islam has decided he wants to share with the Muslims, right? So what is it? Let's have a look at it and see. So to bring the followers of people, to bring people to Islam, what did Muhammad actually promise these people? What were the promises given by Allah, Muhammad, and these people in order to bring them to Islam? Let's just say Islam is true. Let's just say Islam is true. And we wanted to make sense. Islam is true, and we go, okay, fine, let's become Muslim. And let's see if what we have from Islam makes more sense. So Muhammad, he created this image of Islam, obviously to entice people to come to the religion. I know that the screen is bad on YouTube, but I'm working on that. We're just going to edit a couple of things and then we'll get back to you. So what did Muhammad have to do? He had to edit his image of Islam to entice people to come to this religion. Now, the question would be for all of you guys, how and what would you do to bring people into a cult, into a following? What would you do? How far would you go to bring people into a cult, into a belief system? What promises will you give them? What promises will you make for them or to them? and let's see if this is going to be appetizing, tempting, if it's something that you know. So we're gonna have a look today to see what Islam actually provides. Now, the picture or the image that Elijah is going to fix for me is actually also talking about. Okay, that was loud. What'd you say?
I have to censor parts of the girls or women. By the way,
I just want the word sex taken out, and then I can.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, you just cover that with something, or yeah. So we're gonna compare this to a Diddy party, and I'm not joking, guys. I'm asking the serious question: what would you do if you were to start a cult? What would you offer people to come in? Now, remember, when you go to a Diddy party, he's offering you alcohol, bit of baby oil, some lube. He's telling you, there's going to be all kinds there at the party. You're going to enjoy all kinds at my party. Diddy was known for his parties. And the question would be, well, if a Diddy party was so amazing, and if a Diddy party was, let's just say, how do I do this? 1 second, guys. Just sorry about that. 1 second. Let me go here. So if a Diddy party was something that you would be, tempted to go to, it's what's offered at the party. Who's going to be at the party? What's the, there's always going to be a reason for you coming to that party. You gonna say something?
Do you want both of them? The one with black background as well for TikTok?
Yeah, do both of them if you can. That would be perfect. Yeah. So again, it's if I'm offering you to come to a party, as I said, guys, it's what's available, what I'm offering you at that party, that's going to make sense whether you're going to come to this party or not. If I'm saying to you, there's going to be a whole lot of old people in wheelchairs, and these old people in wheelchairs are just going to be sitting down and chewing, mushy food like what's this called? Mashed potatoes, because they have no teeth, then you would be like, yeah, no, they're not going to come to that party, because obviously that's not the party that is going to be tempting you to go to. It's not something that you want to go to, not something that's interesting. Okay, let me just do this, guys. Sorry, 1 second on the YouTube. I just found a new there. Alrighty, nearly there on the YouTube, TikTok. Sorry, guys, I forgot about all these restrictions and stuff. It's typical me. Forget all about it. Okay, there we go. So that's slightly better.
Oh, this one actually looks good on TikTok.
Okay, it's kind of too. Okay, anyway, so you guys can see what I'm talking about, and that makes more sense. But as you can see now, the question is, what is being offered at these parties, and would you go to that party? And if you would go to that party, what are your expectations when you get to that party? So this is a Diddy party or an Islamic party? This is where the question would be, right? Unfortunately, the paradise that Muhammad offers these Muslims is unlimited access to the lust of the flesh. To the lust of the flesh. Now, Muslims, let me just add this over here. Please, if anyone wants to come up, be a Muslim. Muslims request, please. Let me just change this. There we go. Just so we can make it, easier to understand. Now, I've got my man Christian Sheikh in the chat, and you know that he's always got something to bring, something to add, and we'll see if he does. My point again is, people, if we have a religion, I also want to try something on the because it keeps telling me. Let me do this. Okay, sorry, never mind. It keeps telling me that I need to have changed the screen for YouTube. But anyway, so now we're understanding the party itself being offered to us, being told that we can have, according to the Islamic, is much like the Diddy party. No one goes to a party that is boring and nothing to offer. No one will go there because, again, you want to go there to have some fun. Now, most of the time, the fun that we're looking at is the fun of the flesh. So, the carnal desires, the greed, the pleasures of the body, and all these life experiences, unfortunately, is what Islam is now offering the Muslim in any which way you like. It's all kinds of perverted sexuality, dingy with all these virgins that you can imagine. We're also going to talk about the pearl boys, the pearl-like boys, the boys that are so beautiful. They're so beautiful, and they're offered to you in paradise. 80,000 boys that don't bleed. Now, this is a promise by Muhammad to people who want to be Muslim. Now, let's just take a bit of a rewind. As I said, you're in the desert. You have no education. You are poor. You have nothing. I come over and I go, listen, man, I have all these things to offer you. I have everything. All you got to do is sell your soul to the devil. Once you sell your soul to the devil, then you will be privy to all of this amazing stuff. And of course, you're going to be in doubt. You're going to go, what you talking about, man? What you talking about? And I'm like, okay, I got a problem. Let me see now. This is how a cult would work. So why don't I do this? Not only can you get it in paradise, but you can also get it on earth. And the people are like, what? What you mean, man? And I'm like, yeah, man. Let's just say that you can also have 4 wives. Let's just say you can also have many dingies your right hand possess. As many as you want. You take them in captivity, and then if we rob these people, you can have 5%. Now we can split the booty. Now don't misunderstand me now. When I say split the booty, I'm not talking about the booty. I'm talking about the booty, the money. The money. So now Muhammad he's pulling these people into this religion on earth with these promises. And then he says, man, after that, we're going to have a Diddy party up in the heavens. We're going to have a Diddy party up in the heavens, so don't worry about a thing. I got you. Now remember that these promises of Islam, these promises are forever. These promises are forever. So what Muhammad wants us to do now is to know that even back then, to this day, we will have all of these promises, all of them. I just want to actually, is that okay with this, with the way the picture looks on TikTok?
Again?
Is the picture good on TikTok?
Yeah, it looks really good on iPhone. It's like perfect size.
Beautiful.
And it depends on Android's screen size as well. But I think it's good.
All righty. So again, as I said, guys, this is important because we're looking at what's been promised and offered. What's been promised.
This idea of this Islamic heaven, I personally think it kind of falsifies Islam just in itself. Because, like, even Islam teaches that we shouldn't sin and we shouldn't, well, sometimes it teaches we should, like, be, like, marry and stuff like that. Sometimes it teaches that we should, do things to captives. But it's extremely inconsistent to just, you can do all the sins that I told you not to do here on earth. It makes 0 sense.
That's right. So this is why it says sex, sin, and sensuality. But let's go slowly now, so we can see now. We see that if I were inviting you to this type of party, you would ask the question, hang on, is this a Diddy party or is this a different party? Also, I wanted to send, how do I do this? How do I do this? Let me just think 2 seconds. I know I'm a bit of a mess today when it comes to this. I'm just trying to find a way. Let me do this and go there and send a mail.
I really hope we can get a female guest. Probably not, but I cannot figure out how the women are going to be okay with this. And also, I don't remember if this was on James' panel. Maybe you guys remember, but we were asking what do women get in paradise? Maybe it wasn't on James, but the only thing our guests could come up with was nice clothing. I think nice jewelry. And that was after reading through so many hadith, that was pretty much it.
Well,
free food, I think, something like that.
Well, this is it, right? This is again a very important question, because we have to ask this question: are women okay with what they are being offered when it comes to these parties? When I say parties, you understand what I mean. But are women okay with this? Because as a man having a daughter, I would be like, this is something that is sick and evil. I'd be like, yeah, no, it's okay. This is fine. I'm not gonna be the one going, oh, this sounds like an interesting thing. Oh, this sounds like it's something that is tempting, especially if this is supposed to come from God Himself. So if this is coming from God Himself, then then therein lies the problem. Therein lies the problem. So let me continue with this. So because now we're looking at, if I invite you guys to a party, and I tell you guys at the party that we're going to have, there's no alcohol, there's no music, there's no females, there's no dancing, there's no laughter, there's, none of you is going to go, oh, that sounds like something I want to do. No, you're going to go, yeah, nah, thanks. We good. So Muhammad, smart guy, inspires the young Muslim with these promises, right? Now, would God or would Satan be the one to entice you with lust of the flesh? Do you think God would be the one going, hang on a second, guys, I want you to come and do as much dingy in front of me so that, we can all eat our popcorn and watch each other? So if I said to the average Muslim, would you do dingy in a mosque? They would say no. I said, even if there's not a single person in the mosque, and even if there's no video cameras, no recordings, no nothings, would you do it? If I said to any Christian, would you go to a church, in the church, and do dingy? You would have to have a bit of a mental problem if you said, yes, I want to do dingy in a church, because you have some kind of respect for that church. Now, a Muslim with common sense would say, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that in a mosque because, the place is supposed to be holy. And this is where they dig their own, I'll say holes, graves, because the God of Islam is now saying it's fine. I see that. It says PAIMS 007.
Yeah, I was looking at that freaking AI row.
I made it as quick as I could, but it's okay, guys. Call me PAIMS 007 today, because I'm a pain in the Muslims behind. I'm a pains in the Muslims behinds. Okay. The God of Islam is asking you guys clearly, Muslims, to come to him with all these promises. Now we know that it's improper, and not, measure of holiness. Because let's face it, when you're supposed to do dingy with your wife, you're not even supposed to see your wives naked. unless, I mean, eventually you must, but, it's like, have respect, cover up everything. Now you're going to be in Diddy Paradise, and you're going to have all these people doing the dingy dingy in front of you, in front of each other, because it doesn't say you're going to have little rooms where you're going to be secluded. No, you're going to have 72 people that you're going to be banging away. So we're going to look at some of these verses from the Quran where the promises of Allah are made. Now I've got this focus on the PAIMS 007, but now that's where my mind is now. So again, the Quran speaks about the immense rewards, the amount of rewards that you will have if you are pious Muslim men. I'm going to say that again. If you're pious, you're supposed to have all these rewards. It's like saying to your son, your daughter, whatever, right? Or your son, it's okay. I want you to go into the world, and I don't want you to do dingy dingy. I want you to, look after yourselves. But when you come home, you can bang as many people as you want. As many people as you want, you can do that, and I'll be sitting here with the popcorn. Does that sound normal? Does that sound like a god? Or does that sound like someone sick asking you to do something sick? Imagine that. It's like, please, while you are on earth, look after yourselves. Behave, cover yourselves from head to toe. But when you come home to me, this is the God of Islam now, you will be used like a bucket. You will be used and abused by anyone and everyone. Because the Quran is promising these Muslims, all these, especially the men, not the, sorry, I need to adjust my argument. It's not the Muslims, it's the Muslim men with the pleasures of the flesh, the lust of the flesh in this life and the life to come. And then it says, besides promising them with all these, flowing gardens of flowing with wine and water and milk and food and shade and luxuries, it says, now I'll offer you an unlimited amount of carnal pleasures with multiple partners. And this is for the devout men of Islam. The same men that have been promised all these goodies in the heavens is now being promised all of these goodies and more in paradise, because it says that they also are going to be given young boys, should that be their preference. You want the boys? You got the boys. And you think you're going to get one? No way. You're going to get 80,000 little boys that you can play with. So all you have to do now is to conquer, to unalive, to plunder, to steal, to rob, to take captive. That's all you got to do. And then I, Muhammad, will give you all of these things on earth and in heaven. Does that sound sick? Now, we haven't got to the Diddy party just yet. The Diddy party is on its way, because we're going to talk about how and what you get. How and what you get. In fact, I was trying to put a banner over. I don't know if I can. Oh, never mind. So far, it's looking good, right? I'm inviting all of you guys, ladies and gentlemen. There are almost 90, 100 people now on YouTube and TikTok. There's almost 100 people. I'm inviting all of you to my home for a party. At the party, you will be having whatever you want of the flesh, whether it's female, male, boy, girl, whatever, milk, honey, water, wine. Anything you want, you can have. And anything you want to do, you shall do, because you earned it. Now, when Diddy invited all these celebrities over to his house, they knew exactly what they were going there for. They knew there's going to be baby oil. They knew there's going to be all these females and males and people you can pay to do the dingy with, the muta. All of this, anyone that went to a Diddy party knew what was in store for them. All they had to do was just follow Diddy. Don't talk about Diddy. Don't go against Diddy. Don't report Diddy. Just step in line to Diddy, and Diddy will look after you. Same thing with Muhammad. All you got to do is follow Muhammad. Step in line. Don't report. Don't argue. Don't go against. And if you did, just like with Diddy, you're an outcast. Then what do? They attack you. That's it. That's what they're going to do. They will attack you. I'm still trying to find the right images, guys. I apologize. I'm still trying to find the right images that doesn't have the James 007. Okay, I think I got it, guys. I think I've got it. 1 second. I'm nearly there. Because that was annoying me with the Pames 007. That was annoying me with the Pames 007. I'm just going to fix that. And then once that's done, then we're good to go.
Just in case if you don't know your past on TT. Or
Yeah,
maybe
I
you
know.
just got bananas already. Probably not. Okay.
No. I'm just having a brain freeze because I can't have that image look the way it did. So I reset it. If you can change the can you take a screenshot of that and just change it?
Yeah, I can remove the Pames.
No, I've sent you a new one. I just sent you a new one.
Right.
If you look at the screen, can you see that one?
Let me just open Telegram.
Yeah, so I'm going to just change it over here as well on the YouTube because, it's just going to annoy the bejeebers out of me. And then that's going to be frustrating for me because I can't focus on that now. And then we're going to get back to it, people. We will get back to it. I promise you, man, we're going to get back to it. There we go. So let me change this again. Actually, I'll send it to you now. All righty. While Elijah's doing that, let's get down to it. Let's see now, where do we find, according to Islam, according to the Quran and Islam, what is promised by Muhammad? And we're going to compare that as to what Diddy promised to at his parties. Now, everybody knew that when you go to a Diddy party, it's going to be getting down. You're going to be enjoying anything and everything according to the Diddy parties. Anything and everything will happen. So let's see. Muhammad, he knew for sure, right? Just like anyone that's got a brain in their head knows there's three things that sell: money, power, sex. Those three things, you are guaranteed they're going to sell. Just 1 second again. Apologies.
And this stuff about promising people all of these sinful desires, it's pretty much, I think it's the smartest thing Muhammad did in his entire life, because honestly, he wasn't too bright in other areas.
Now, hang on. What did you? I sent you a new picture with the Islamic Paradise. Did you see that one?
Oh no!
I sent you a new one so that you can just change the logo on that one, or change the dingy on that.
Bro, we be working.
That's right. Apologies, people, but we're still getting it right. We will get it right. But let's get to it now. The Diddy party, you know what's going to happen, right? Now, Muhammad knew that dingy sells. You want to get people to follow you, you give them dingy. In any cult, anywhere in the world, you'll notice how the dingy is included and the many wives are included as well. And what is this? This is an earthly reward, right? This is earthly of the flesh. This is what the man of flesh wants. Flesh wants this. So Muhammad says, listen, man, all of you guys, my warriors, you come to Islam, you do all of this in the name of me and my God Allah, or my alter ego. You do it for us, and this is what you're going to have. So you're going to have the dingy without even asking for permission. Where do we find this? In the Quran. We have Surah 424. Now, 424 in the Quran is a verse of the Quran that is crazy, because the one verse allows fornication, adultery, owning of slaves, you name it, grape, all in one verse of the entire Quran. And that would be Surah 424, when it says, also forbidden for you are married women, except those who have fallen into your hands as prisoners of war, right hand possessed. Crazy, right? Look what is being promised now. It's being promised that if you come to Islam, you will get all of the stuff that normally is a sin. It's normally wrong. Normally, it would be something that goes against the fibers of human. But Allah is saying, hey man, you got this. So even though these people might pass away during these raids and wars, they will get this either on earth or after they pass on. Now again, Diddy, he's like, man, if you guys come to my house, you can have even the married woman. Doesn't matter whose wives they are. Doesn't matter if they, it's yours. You can have as many as you want. If you want it, you can have it. Yeah, I'm still setting it up, guys. Nearly done. Still, I just want the YouTube and the TikTok to be in sync so that we can have it both.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. IME. Like, obviously, if you're a man and you're like a degenerate, this will be appealing. But if you're like, if you have any sort of moral compass, you'd instantly see that this is absolutely insane. Let's just say that.
Absolutely, absolutely insane. Because if this is what Diddy is offering for the degenerates, and the world is going against Diddy, saying, how dare you, Diddy, do these things? While at the same time, but assalamu alaikum, come to Islam, because in Islam, we take, we're not like this. So now we can see that even though these people are doing this in the name of Allah, the rewards for them on earth and in paradise is that which Diddy was giving to people on earth. So the question is this a Diddy paradise or an Islamic paradise? Now he knew, right? Muhammad, he knew that the enticement of dingy slaves. If you had these slaves and you came to them and you did all these orgies and you did all this stuff with all of them, he knew, man, the average man from a desert that looks like he's been fried with that hot sun, he's got more wrinkles on his face than there are roads on a map. I mean, you can't make this up. The dude is shriveled up with heat. He's like a prune dried out. And now he's got nothing to hope for, wish for. He's got nothing to fight for, gain. So Muhammad is like, listen, man, come to Islam. Even though you look like you don't look like much, I'm promising you all this amazing stuff. All you got to do is just fall in line. That's all you got to do. So Muhammad, with his God Allah, his alter ego, they designed a plan, a devious plan to excite the followers of Islam. Now, notice again, so far, we've only spoken about the men. We're only talking about men so far and what they get. I hope a female does join the live to tell me what she's going to get. So, in Surah 52, 20, it says, they will recline on thrones arranged in ranks, and we shall marry them to houris, female, fair ones, with wide, lovely eyes. Now, obviously, this is talking to the man again. If Diddy said to you, man, listen, man, you come to my house and you can have as many, one night stands. You can have as many, temporary temporary marriages, as many as you want. Female, fair ones, beautiful, lovely eyes. If I was still living in the flesh, I would be there in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, I would be there because this is what the flesh wants. This is what the willy winky wants. This is what the body wants. Because I'm thinking of the flesh. Now look what Muhammad is saying. Just like how Diddy said, come to my parties, man. Baby oil on order, man. You can go, we've got a pool of baby oil. You just go dip it and you're good to go. You're good to go. Now, Sahih Bukhari adds to this. The second or third God of Islam, Bukhari. Because you've got Muhammad, you've got Allah in that order, and then you've got Bukhari, because Muslims prefer Muhammad over Allah anyway. So, Bukhari says, the person who participates in holy battles in Allah's cause and nothing compels him to do so except belief in Allah and his apostles will be recompensed by Allah either with a reward or booty if he survives, or will be admitted to paradise if he is unalived in the battle as a martyr. Had I not found it difficult for my followers, then I would not remain behind any army until going for jihad, and I would have loved to be martyred in Allah's cause, and then made alive, and then martyred, and then made alive, and then martyred in his cause. This guy, Abu Huraira, said this is what Muhammad said, that he would rather be unalived and made alive, and unalived, made alive, unalived, made alive, and be martyred each time for the cause of Allah. Why? Because of the promises of what he gets in paradise. So the God of Islam, again, is using, or I'm talking about Muhammad now, is using the willy winky and the desperation of these poor people in a desert to make this kind of behavior tempting and appealing. Now, any Muslim on TikTok, on YouTube that wants to join, the link is in the YouTube. You just have to click on the link to join and explain it to us. If we misunderstood, you explain it to us. And on TikTok as well, if you want to come on and you want to explain this, please explain it. Restrictions are running in far and wild over here on the TikTok. Let me just appeal, because the visibility has been restricted again. Hate speech a couple of times. We all good in the hood. Okay, now, what we can see is that when we're looking at what is being offered, we need to see if the woman being given to these men are, used up, been through the mill, if they've been, let's see. Now, Winston on YouTube said it clearly. It's called virgin farming. Because by constantly emphasizing that they would get untouched virgins in paradise, Muhammad is now bringing people. Please be a Muslim if you request, please. Rabbi Isra, how are you, sir?
I'm good, man. How you been today?
Oh, I'm extremely well, my brother. Extremely well. You are Muslim, correct?
I've spoken to you before, right?
I know that, my man. I'm just trying to speak to a lot of people, brother. I just want to remember. Are you Muslim?
If I've spoken to you before, of course I'm Muslim.
Well, speaking to Christians. I've spoken to Christians, I mean. Okay. So you want to explain the Islamic paradise for us?
Islamic paradise?
Yeah.
I mean, what is it that when you read the Quran that it's not explained to you? What are you missing?
Well, I just want to know, do you
reading
agree?
and comprehension.
I'm trying to understand, my man. Do you think that
what are you missing? Your reading and comprehension.
I'm trying to help you. If you allow me just to finish a sentence, you might actually learn.
Hmm.
So the question is, I'm trying to understand: is it important for you to go to a heaven where you're going to have intercourse with women as many as you want, 72 and all these promises in paradise? Or does it sound like you're going to a Diddy party?
No, I don't. That's not what I get from the Quran. I don't get that you'll have. Maybe that's in the hadiths. You might get.
In the Quran, my brother, I just read a verse, for example, in Surah 52:20. It
Hmm.
says that they will recline on thrones arranged in ranks, and we shall marry them to huris, wide, with wide, lovely eyes. That's one
Yeah.
verse. Another verse says, if you want me to give you more verses, or you want to
No,
just
I mean
explain,
you just imagine that you as a man. I mean, and the woman and a purified woman. Beautiful. There's a picture of some Muslim women. I'll never forget it. They're all in all white, and they're all sitting together, and they're all looking up, and their eyes, it's just crazy. I
that's just a
mean,
picture.
I've never seen something so beautiful in my life.
Yeah,
It
that's
just
just a
looks like
picture.
women so purified and beautiful. It makes you think of the Mother of Mary. When you see a beautiful
Can we just
Muslim
slow down,
woman,
brother, just slow down. We're trying to understand. Can you tell me the same woman that you looked at that looks so beautiful?
mhm,
What do they get in paradise?
what does the woman get in paradise?
Yeah, what do the women get? Because so far the men, you guys as men, you get, it says, and the
I mean, if we
gardens
have
will
a woman
fill.
that's
And
looking like the Mother of Mary in paradise,
I
what
didn't
else
ask
would
you that. I'm asking you, as a Muslim man that knows Islam, what do Muslim women get in paradise? The
they get to
Muslim
be?
men, they get all these women, right? All these huris, pure and beautiful. They get 80,000 boys. They get little boys they can play with too. And I'm asking you, what do the women get?
So, you're making all these like crazy assumptions, and
It's from the
and
Quran, my man. I'm just reading the Quran.
that's
I'm
probably
asking
from
you,
Shaitan whispering in your ear.
yeah,
So,
that's
you
Allah.
shouldn't make
I'm
those
asking you again, please, what do women get in Islam when they go to
what
paradise?
what do women get? They get to
Yes,
be
please.
purified like the mother of Jesus, Mary.
When they get
Get
purified,
to
what are
be
they purified
purified
for?
from all of those, what I'm saying, all that vanity, all of that, not guarding their chastity, the tattoos and
I
all
didn't
that
ask you
stuff
any of
that
that. I didn't
all
ask you
that
any of
stuff.
that.
Excuse me, you
What
asked what
do
did they
they
get? And I'm telling you
get?
what they get.
Why are they being purified? For whose
Excuse
benefit
me.
are they being purified?
What benefit are they been to themselves? Do you think a woman don't want to be do you want to be purified from your
They are
sinful
being purified
wicked
for the
ways?
man. If you read your Quran and you read the hadiths, they
You
are
like
being
to be
purified.
purified?
Again, my man, listen, I'm trying to read your Quran, but you haven't read your Quran. I'm telling you what the Quran
Excuse me,
says.
brother.
Do women get men in paradise?
You do know there's a verse in the Quran that says that Allah loves those who purify themselves. Have you ever thought
Do
about
the
purifying
women
yourself
in
from sinful,
paradise,
wicked thoughts,
do
brother?
the do the women in paradise get men to sleep with?
Does the women in paradise get men to sleep with?
Yeah.
Do the women on earth get men to sleep with?
Um, Not my question, but if you want to answer the question I didn't ask, you can. I asked you, according to your
Do
Quran, it says
women
that you
in
men.
paradise get men to sleep with? I
I'll,
mean,
I'll give you. I'll give you an
I'm not.
example.
I'm not God. I
Your
don't
Qu-
know.
your
Would
your
you want a woman to
Quran
sleep with in
says
paradise?
your Quran
You have to
says that
answer
the
that question
men.
yourself. Would you want a woman to sleep with in paradise?
Your Quran says that men will have all these women to sleep with.
Okay.
Do the
When you go to
women?
paradise, do you
Again,
want
I
women?
wasn't done. I wasn't done. Listen, because you again, this is the problem with you. You can't really, you know, comprehend.
Go on, I'm
I'm
listening,
speaking
brother.
as
Go ahead. Go
slowly as
ahead,
I
brother.
can.
Get your question out. Go ahead, brother.
According to
I'm
you,
sorry.
according to Islam, the
Hmm.
men get as many women as they want. I'm asking, do the women also get men if they want?
Okay, so this is my answer, right? I don't know. I do know that there are women that I've known in my life You know what I'm saying? Women that I love in my life, and women that I probably have engaged in illegal sexual activities with in my life. And hopefully that Allah will forgive me and have mercy on me for doing that. And hopefully
Okay,
those
that's
women that I know and will be in paradise in whatever relationship and purification that the Lord gives us in paradise, I hope we achieve that. I
okay.
hope
Let's
that
get
answers
back to the
the question.
topic again. According to you,
Excuse
in
me?
paradise, not on earth,
Hell,
do you? Well, watch this. Let me ask you this, Rabba. Would you ever have relations with a woman in a mosque?
what? Have relationship with a woman in a mosque? What are you talking about?
Would
Come
you
on, bro. Why
sleep
do
with
you
a
just be
woman
like? Why
in
do
a
you just be
mosque?
blaspheming yourself?
This is not blaspheming. Try to pay attention
You
to my
call it
question.
that? Why would you ask that
The
question?
reason, beautiful. Now I'm getting there.
Come on,
Because
man.
if it's bad to
Why
do
you
that,
just like totally
again,
disrespect
my man, can
of
you
other
actually have a
people and their
conversation?
faith and their
I'm
beliefs? Why
about
would
to
you
explain
be
it to you.
disrespectful? That's not Christ-like at all.
I'm about to
That's not from
explain it.
Jesus. Jesus
I'm
would never
about
do that.
I'm about to explain
Okay?
it to you. The reason I asked you that, you know it's wrong for any man to have relations with a woman in a mosque, yet your religion says that you'll be doing that the entire day in front of Allah in his paradise. So why is it disgusting and evil on earth, but it's allowed by your God in heaven, in your paradise? What makes it okay that you will be doing dingy dingy with all these women and your God is going to be sitting down watching you with popcorn in his hand? Do you
That's Satan.
understand the question now?
That's Satan speaking for you right now, brother. Because that's not how. That's just satanic. Your thoughts are satanic right now. You have to
Okay.
ask. You
Is
have to
it
ask God
true
to
or untrue
protect
that
your thoughts
according
from
to
those
you,
satanic,
is it
satanic
true
thoughts.
or untrue that you will have women in paradise? True or
Okay.
untrue?
You have a woman. Do you have a wife right now?
Please
Are you
answer the
married?
question I asked, not the one I
Are
didn't
you a
ask.
married? Are you a
Is
married
it
person? Are you a
true
married
that
person?
your
Do you
God
like
will
women?
give you woman in
Do you love
paradise?
women? Do you
Okay,
love women? Do you
let me
love
read
women
some
on
more
earth?
for you.
Do you
Let me
think you
read
should
some more
love
for
women
you.
in paradise?
Okay, beautiful. So
I
when you
think
are
it
in
should be good
paradise,
that we can have women in love in paradise. I think that's pretty cool.
okay, beautiful. So let's ask you this then. When you're doing the sex with them in paradise, right?
What
When
I'm
you have
doing
all
is
these women
in
and you're
paradise.
sleeping with them in paradise,
hmm
is Allah watching you?
When you sleeping with a woman and on earth,
See
is
how you
Allah watching
deflect.
you?
See how you deflect. Don't go full Muslim now.
I don't
Again,
know. I'm not going
according to
full Muslim.
I'm
I'm
gonna
trying to
read.
ask you your own
I'm
question.
gonna
Is
read, right?
is
Watch this.
Jesus watching you when you having
Surah,
sex with
Surah
your wife?
44:54. Surah 44:54 says, thus, and we will wed them to Huris, pure and beautiful. Surah 56,
Right, pure and
says,
beautiful. I like that.
and
Pure and
there will
beautiful.
be Huris, fair females with wide, lovely eyes as wives with for the pious,
Yeah,
like
that's
unto the preserved. Do me a favor and listen, please. I'm reading your Quran. Show some respect to your God and the sex in paradise, please.
brother.
In Surah 56,
It's so
22 and
beautiful. I just
33, it
love what
says,
you're reading. Thank
and
you.
there will be huris, female, like preserved pearls. And then it says, now I want to read you a hadith that says this. Now let's see what it says. Narrated by blah, 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 where Muhammad said, the martyr receives 6 good things from Allah. The martyr, right? So if you die in the cause of Allah, he says he's forgotten at first the shedding of the blood, yada, yada. Then it says he is married to 72 wives of the maidens with large dark eyes. So in paradise, you have 72 wives, correct?
Yeah, 72 wives. How many wives did Solomon have
Again, dude, I'm not sure
in
if
your
you have a
Bible?
comprehension
How
problem.
many wives did Solomon have in your Bible?
Does it matter? Are we talking about
Why
Solomon
does
or are
it
we
not
talking
matter?
about what you get in
Why does
paradise?
it not matter?
Because we're not talking about that. I'm trying so desperately
Solomon
to
is
be
the
normal
father
with
of
you, but
David,
you
right?
guys are giving.
Solomon inherited David, right?
Can you pay attention again? Can you pay attention?
Well, I'm asking you to
In your
pay attention and use
paradise,
basic
in
reasoning
your
and common sense.
paradise, Rabba,
Come on.
I'm not sure if you're dumber than most people, but I'm trying my best to be,
You want to call me
be
dumb,
genuine with
brother?
you.
Come on,
I'm trying
brother.
to be
Be
genuine with you.
respectful.
I'm
Please
trying
be
to be genuine
respectful,
with
brother.
you. According to you now, in your religion,
hmm
when you are up in paradise, are you going to be thinking about penetrating women all day long?
When I'm in paradise, no, when I'm in paradise, I'm gonna think about being at peace and not having to worry about world wars and evil
Beautiful.
people and people who just
Now,
use have
now, Rabbi, you said
demonic
something
thoughts.
so beautiful now for the
And,
first time since you
just
came up. That was
I'll be able to
beautiful.
see beautiful women and beautiful children purified and just have
Beautiful.
whatever I want, food to eat,
Beautiful.
cool water to drink, something to
That's
drink that won't get me drunk
wait,
but make me feel like,
Rabba, Rabba,
alive. Good.
Rabba. My
Yeah.
turn now. My turn. Beautiful. Notice that's what you want.
I
But
can
is that
see my
what? Hang
mom's
on a
again,
second, dude.
my
Dude,
purified
Rabba.
mother.
Isra, please, please.
Oh,
Let me
yeah.
finish,
I'll
please.
be so happy,
That's
brother.
what you want. But what is Allah giving you?
That's what Allah
He's
said He's going to
giving
give.
you all these women to penetrate.
I don't need
You
all these
just said,
women. I don't need. I
watch
don't
this.
need women. That's
Watch
on you,
this.
brother.
Watch this. Well, too bad for
Yeah.
you. That's not what that's Allah's going to give it to you anyway. But watch this. If
He gonna
you
give me a woman. I
if
just,
Diddy invited you to a party, what do you think Diddy would offer you?
the first woman I fell in love with
I
was
didn't
my
ask you any of that. I
brother.
don't care about the
I
first
hope
woman
I
you fell
see
in
her
love
in
with.
paradise.
I don't
Man,
care about
please
that.
marry with a
I
couple
don't
of
care
babies.
about
Bro.
that. Your God has she'll be servicing other men.
She
That's
was,
according to your God.
she was
I'm
really.
asking you, if Diddy
Oh,
invited you to a party, what do you think Diddy would be offering you at his party?
if P Diddy.
P. Diddy, if he invited you to
Why
a
you? Why
party
would you
at
go
his
from? Why would you go to
mansion,
God? Why would you go from God, the God of Jesus, to P Diddy? What kind of
because
demonic thinking you on, bro?
The
What kind of
God that
demonic
you
thinking you on,
follow
bro?
is exactly
Brother,
like
what
P.
kind of
Diddy.
demonic thinking? You
I'm
gotta get
asking
you gotta
you
get your
again.
mind out of that demonic thinking, brother. You gotta
I'll just mute you for a second so you can try to hear what I'm saying. If Diddy invited you to a party, what do you think Diddy would offer you at the party? Try again.
hopefully offer me wine, women, and song, brother. That's what I'll be at a party for. When
You
you go
said
to a party,
wine,
you're here
woman.
for
What?
wine,
Hang on. You said,
wine,
dude,
women,
man,
and
shit,
song.
man. What is wrong
That's
with
what the
you,
party
man? You're an annoying person. You said wine, woman. What was the third thing you said?
song, brother. That's what a party is about. Wine,
Beautiful.
women, and song.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, notice he said wine, woman, and song. According to Islam, they will have rivers of wine. They will have women, and we all know that they will be singing because they'll be so happy because just like on a Diddy party, they'll be getting down. So now again, you just described what paradise for Muslims are: wine, woman, and song. I'm asking you again, how does Diddy party make itself different to an Allah paradise?
You'll have purified thoughts too, brother. You'll be purified from all your evil thoughts, like your sex, sin,
Show
and
me where it says that.
sensuality.
Show me where it says that.
That's what it says it right there on your screen that you put out here to attract and to offend Islam. That's
How am I
what
attracting or
you're offensive,
offending
brother. You're
Islam?
very offensive.
How am I being offensive
You're
when you just
offensive, brother. You're
confirmed,
very offensive, brother. And
that
you
a
think
Diddy
that you being
party
offensive
is
is
Allah's?
serving Jesus when it's not, brother. Jesus will deny you when he returns.
You just confirmed
Because
that a
you're an
Diddy
offensive, you're
party,
very offensive to people's belief and faith.
you
And you
just said
shouldn't do
a
that.
Diddy
That's
party
not
is the
Christ like
same.
at all.
I'll
It's
mute you
not
again.
being
You just confirmed that a Diddy party is the same as a Muslim paradise. I asked you, what makes them different? Show me evidence that there's some difference between going to the Muslim paradise or a Diddy party. At least the Diddy party gives you baby oil. Do you have that in your paradise as well?
the difference between paradise and a Diddy party is that you're in a Diddy party, you're engaging in illegal sexual activities. And engaging in illegal sexual activities is one of the biggest sins that you can commit as a
Okay, just
human
let me
being.
ask you,
So when you get to
what
paradise,
illegal
you'll
activity?
have beautiful
What
wives. You
What
won't be
illegal?
engaged in illegal
Man,
sexual
come on,
activity.
man. Let's have a conversation.
Use some
What
common sense,
illegal?
brother. Please.
What illegal activities will you be committing at a Diddy party?
What illegal sexual activity will you be committing? You might be sleeping with underage women who are
Stop
not
there.
your
Stop there.
wife,
We do one at a time.
who
One at
you're
a
not
time.
married to, who you never had know that you don't even know, that no
Okay. Stop,
father has given
stop
you,
there. Stop there. Stop
or
there. Let's go
mother and
one at a
father has
time.
given to
You
you.
said,
So what are
according
you
to
talking
you now,
about, bro?
please let's go slowly. So you said underage woman. You said that's a bad thing, correct?
Excuse me. I said you asked a question about what illegal sexual activities may you be engaging in a Diddy party, and
Yes,
I
sir.
answered you that one of the things you're engaged in, first and foremost, you're engaged in illegal sexual activities if you're not legally married under
Okay.
the constructs of your society which
So
you live in.
let's
So that's
analyze
number
that.
one.
Let's
Number
analyze
two,
that.
might be
Dude, let's
engaging
go one
with
at a time.
underage women.
Man, please, Rabba, I'm asking you to have a conversation. There's people listening in. Don't let them think that all, people of our color are this dense. Let them see that we are able to communicate with each other with a slight bit of decorum. Right? Now let's try again. You said that these are illegal activities. According to the Quran in Surah 424, you can have all these relations with all these women because Allah allows it. So Allah allows, He allows fornication, He allows adultery, He allows rape, and He allows slavery. If Allah allows it, how is it illegal?
So one of the biggest ways to to repent in Islam and find forgiveness from Allah is to the freeing of a slave. And
What?
so I don't think you'll find that anywhere in the Bible, but you'll find it constantly. You
To
know
do
what I'm
what?
saying? As a way of repentance for those who
I didn't
have
hear what you
sinned
said. Can you
in
repeat?
Islam.
What did you
Because
say?
in Islam, you know what I'm saying, the freeing of somebody who's a slave. And see, right now, you're a slave, brother. And you need to be free from your ignorance.
If
Because
watch
your
again,
level of ignorance is just unbelievable. It's just
aren't Muslims
unbelievable.
all slaves to Allah?
Unbelievable.
Aren't Muslims all slaves to Allah?
Excuse me?
Islam, isn't that to be a slave to Allah, a servant to Allah,
So
to
because
submit to Allah?
once you become a believer of Islamic monotheism, let's just say you was Bilal, for instance,
Yeah, the
a
same guy that
black
was
man
murdered.
who's a
Yeah.
slave, you're a slave, and then you
Bilal was
become
never
a
freed.
believer in God,
Bilal was
Allah,
never freed by
then you can
Muhammad.
only be a slave of Allah's, brother.
I'll
You
try
can't be
again.
no other man's
I'll,
slave. You
I'll,
can't be a Trump
I'll
slave
try.
or
I'll try. Man,
Netanyahu
this guy,
slave or
I'll shut him up again. This is wow. This is, and I promise you, anyone that's listening as an African and knowing I have African brothers, we are not as dense as this. We do have brains that we are able to use. Don't judge us all by the ignorance of one person. He's trying his best to try to sound smart, but he tripped on his tongue on the way in. My question again isn't any of the thing of you just spoke about. I'm asking you about, is this a Diddy party or not? Would Diddy, you said Diddy would promise you all these things. Then you said that it's illegal to penetrate women that are not your wives, but the Quran says you can. I'm asking you again, what is the difference? You said that it's allowed, not allowed because it's you doing it outside of Islam, but yet Allah allows it. Then you said underage. Would you like to elaborate on underage dingy dingy?
I don't know if one of the things in Islam for folks is being able to read and comprehend because reading is fundamental, right? And you keep on making these, really just I don't know what type of comparisons, but you should think about reading the Bible and understanding the Bible and paradise and what your Bible tells you.
So
Because you're
is the Bible true?
evidently not understanding what the Quran says.
Is the
So
Bible
maybe you
true?
should try reading the Bible and really
Is the Bible
understanding
true?
what God promises you when you know he raises you up from the grave
Are you
and brings you home to
inebriated?
the kingdom
Have you been
of
drinking alcohol?
Jesus. When you see Jesus at the right hand
Are
of
you
the
drunk
Most
right
High,
now?
when you get there, what do you think you're gonna have? What do you want? What do you want? What
Have you
do
been
you
drinking
envision?
alcohol or
What do you
smoking?
envision there, brother? So you don't want any wine. You don't want your wives. You don't want your daughters. You don't want to see your
What is
moms.
the most important
You don't want to
thing?
have any. What do you envision for yourself in paradise?
Let me ask you this. Do you
Can you
think
can
that
you
you
answer that one question
man,
now for your audience? What do you
I'm trying
envision
to,
for
but you don't know
yourself?
how to shut your mouth long enough for someone to finish a bloody sentence. I got to keep muting you because you're not smart enough to know when to shut your mouth. Wow. Notice that everything that you want on earth, that you have on earth, you're getting it in heaven anyway, in the Diddy heaven, which is Allah's heaven. When I finish up on this earth, I've had my fair share of the things of the flesh. I want to bask in the beauty and in the surroundings of my Lord and Savior. I want to be, it says that you will become angel like. I want to be angel like. I want to be as pure and as innocent as I can be with my Lord and Savior. I don't want to be concentrating on women and doing more of the dingy, the stuff I'm doing on earth. This is why we separate flesh from spirit. You are looking still at the flesh. You haven't said anything spiritual just yet. All you're doing is focusing on the willy winky, your private parts, being satisfied on this earth and in heaven, and looking at women and having children around you. That goes against common sense. The common sense is that you'd rather be with God than to have more women that you can count. And again, I'm reading your Quran, and your Quran is saying that this is what it's promising the people, that the promises are of the flesh, that your flesh will always win in Islam. This is why it says that over and over, it says that you will get these women. They'll be beautiful, fair. They'll be preserved pearls. They're all called huris. If you read the commentary for 5636, the word abkaran or abkaran, whatever you say that, means virgins. And it says, even after every dingy, they will become virgin again. What is the point of becoming virgin again? So when you talk about being purified, the women are purified, made to be virgin again so that the man can enjoy them. This is because you don't know your Quran. You've never read your Quran. You've had other people explain it to you. This is the problem with people like you. You've never read your Quran. You actually don't know how to open a Quran, whether it's from the right side or the left side. So I'm asking you again, if all this is in a Diddy party, then why in the world would I want to go to the Islamic heaven and just experience Diddy again?
So I think you have a misconception, brother. You need to learn how to really actually read the Quran and think and consider what you're reading. Because evidently, you know what I'm saying, your foul thoughts that you're getting, they're not from Allah and they're not from the Quran. So,
Well, I'm
I think
reading
you
the
don't want
Quran
to
to
do the
you,
Bible.
Rabba. I'm literally
You need to
reading the
read, maybe
verses
read your
to
own
you.
Bible and understand that a little
Rabba,
better.
I'm reading.
Because
Okay, watch this. I'm going to read you something, and I want you to tell me if this is in the Quran or not. Okay, tell me if this is in the Quran or not. It says, as for the righteous, they shall surely triumph. Theirs shall be gardens and vineyards and high bosomed virgins for companions. Another explanation says, but for those pious is prepared a place of bliss, gardens planted with trees and vineyards, and damsels with swelling breasts of equal ages with themselves. Does that sound like a Diddy party? Or does that sound like heaven? With damsels with swelling breasts. Is that something
so,
that Diddy would offer you to come to his
I
house?
want you to
Or
think
the
about
God of
something.
Islam?
I want you to think about one thing, right? It says on the day of judgment. So you're gonna be raised according to the Bible. You're gonna be raised from the dead, right?
You keep going to the Bible, brother. Why are you a
I'm asking
Muslim?
you. I'm asking you about the Bible because it pertains to the Quran.
So I'm
For
asking you
so you
again.
can have an
If you keep
understanding
going to the
that if you're
Bible,
gonna
why
be,
don't you follow
excuse
the
me,
Bible?
if you're gonna be going before God on the day of judgment, are you gonna be in the flesh or you gonna be in the spirit? What do you believe?
In the spirit.
So you believe you're not. So you're actually when you on the day of resurrection. So you're not. You're saying that when we're resurrected from the grave, We won't be in the flesh. We
We
won't
will
be in the
get
flesh.
some kind of
We won't have to
heavenly
go to
flesh, but
judgment.
the flesh will of
So you're
ours
going.
will be.
So
This guy is
excuse me.
really not
If
smart.
you're going to hell, and if you're sentenced to hell on the day of judgment, will you be in the flesh or the spirit, according to the Bible?
Ibn Kathir says regarding the verse 78,
Now,
talking
I'm
about
asking you
women.
according to your
I'm sick and
understanding in
tired.
your
I'm sick
Bible,
and tired of you deflecting. I'm really sick
because
and tired of you deflecting. Let me read for you. The vineyards, the kawabibs, meaning the wide-eyed maidens and with fully developed breasts. Ibn Abbas, Mujahid, and others have said this means round breasts. That meant that this is the breasts of these girls will be fully rounded and not sagging. This is the promise of the Islamic heaven about breasts that are not hanging or sagging, that these will be firm and these will be great to play with. Now I'm asking you again, would you go to a Diddy party if these women had punctured breasts, flat lined, lying on their stomachs? Or would you go to someone that has their breasts that are round and not sagging? Does that sound like a Diddy party? Or does that sound like a heaven that you would like to go to?
that sounds like you know, the mother of Jesus, Mary. You know that she'll be that's the woman that'll be in heaven. And I'm sure that Mary had breasts when Jesus was a baby. That he had suckling on the breasts of
That
his mother
was that on
Mary.
earth or was that in
So
heaven?
so uh
Was
so
that on
yeah,
earth or was that in
as it
heaven?
is as it is on earth, so shall it be in heaven, brother. That's what
No,
the
man,
Bible says.
thanks for coming, brother. I think
That's
that
what the Bible says.
I
Thank you,
pray for
brother.
you, but you're not smart. You try to be, but I want to read one more verse before you can go. Last verse, and this is what it says, right? In Surah 55, 54 to 58 says, reclining upon the couches lined with silk brocade, and the fruits of the two gardens will be near at hand. Within both will be those maidens, restraining their glances upon their husbands, whom no man or jinn has yet opened their hymens with dingy, sexual intercourse before them. People, this is in the Quran, Surah 55, 54 to 58, telling them that none of these hymens were broken, none of these hymens were opened through dingy. This is the type of things that you are offered in this heaven. Diddy is going to be promising you people that know how to satisfy you. In Surah 55:72, it says, the Houris will be restrained in pavilions. So the life of the Huri is a submissive one. She's going to be sitting there waiting to be called upon, like a bordel, like a pimp calling in the girls. Stand in line. Let the men enjoy you. I'm asking again, my man, Rabba, please, without talking about anything other than what I'm asking you, would you be satisfied knowing that your daughter is going to be used, that your mother is going to be used, like the girl you just said you wish you found again, your first love, when you get to your paradise, the Diddy paradise of Allah, and you see that she has to satisfy all these men? Would that make you happy? Rabba, would that make
Yeah,
you happy?
make me happy. I think when you get to paradise, you know what I'm saying, and whatever your experience is on earth, you might be someone, you might be a man. There are men who live on earth, and they're good men who have died, wrongly, and the Lord knows their heart. And so they might not have had a chance to have a wife, a family. You know what I'm saying? They might not have even known their mother like their mother might have died before or after. Who knows what the
Now
situation is.
imagine
Only
now if you
God
go.
knows.
Now
So only
imagine now,
God knows
Rabba,
what each one
Rabba,
of us will be needing in heaven. When we
Rabba.
get, I think
Imagine
that's what
now,
we will be
imagine
provided with.
going, imagine going to heaven, and you see your mother being used like a
You
condom,
mean by saying my mother being used? Why would my mother be used in heaven? You don't even make sense,
because the
brother.
God of Islam
Heaven.
just
How
said,
my mother be used in
I'm
heaven? Come on,
I'm
man.
about to explain it. I'm about to explain it.
Well, you
Because
make
the
just
God, I'm about to explain it. Because the God in heaven
do not
has
spend your
communed.
time hating on
I'll mute you.
Islam, but
I'll mute you again. Because the God in heaven is saying that He will provide all these women. Now, these women have to come from somewhere, right? And these women are coming to them. So when the women are coming to Him, to these men, Allah is saying, yeah, you can see your wives, you can see all these women available, and they will be just one of the 72 that these men are going to be riding. So again, how do you feel knowing that the woman in Islam that you've been fighting for and trying to, defend, Allah's going to use them like a bucket?
so number one, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the stars, the moon, and everything that you see or can imagine, he creates as he wills. And so he doesn't need any human being on earth. He can replace you to the tip of your fingertips. You know that's in the Quran. And that's like a scientific fact because one of the things about the tip of our fingertips, that's what makes it's been scientifically proven your fingerprints. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can duplicate your fingerprints. So you are a unique human being. We're all unique human beings.
What does this have to do with the price of eggs at the market?
What does it have to do with the price of eggs at the market? Because you're talking about my mother in heaven. My mother in heaven, my mother in heaven will be whoever my mother in heaven was on earth. And if she is a believer and Allah forgives her for her sins, whatever her existence is in heaven, that's what it would be. Outside of any women that any men might be provided with in heaven. My mother won't be one of those women.
How do you know
Because
that?
Allah will create other women that will be in heaven that's purified
Oh,
from any
so
never being on earth. That
beautiful.
those
Just
men who have been blessed with to have those women in
so
heaven
watch.
will
So
have
hang
those
on, hang
women
on,
if
hang
they
on, hang on.
desire
Are
them.
you saying that Allah will provide special women, newly created
That's
women
what
from
that's
the
the
men?
understanding that I get.
Beautiful. So watch this.
Thank
That's
you.
for the men. What about the woman? Has Allah provided for your mom, your wife, your daughter? Is He providing men for the woman as well?
Okay,
Because
so
hang on,
let's
before you
say
answer that, before you answer that,
let's say you'll say
hang on. I just muted you. I muted you because you're not letting me finish. Because Allah says, according to a hadith on page 172, number 34, says, there is in paradise a market wherein there will be no buying or selling, but will consist of men and women. When a man desires a beauty, he will have dingy with them, meaning the man either can have men or women to do dingy with, or you need to tell me, are the men at those markets specially made for the woman?
so. I believe that for those of us who are like have a wife, married, children, and we're in Islam or we are forgiven by Allah, that we will have those family relationships in heaven also. And so also and we'll have that respect and that purity of that family relationship in heaven. And
I wish that was true for you, my man.
those men who haven't known a wife who haven't known a wife, who, just like them soldiers, them 13 Americans that we just lost here in America, far as those, individuals who might not even know, some of them young men might not even been married or had a chance to have a wife, a family, or
Can
anything
we
like
just
that.
focus,
So
please?
those
And you
individuals,
saying,
when they get to heaven, those are the individuals that will be in the marketplace and can meet and date and
so hang on.
and
So you agree that
sometimes
in,
purify
man,
women.
have a
So those
conversation,
that's the
dude.
understanding that I get.
Have a
Thank you.
conversation. Listen, so you agree that there's a paradise, in paradise, the Muslim paradise, there is a market where there's no buying and selling, but will consist of men and women. Then it says,
I don't agree to
when a
anything.
man,
I don't
I
know.
wasn't done.
No.
I wasn't done. I don't like muting people, but my God, shut up.
Well, you're making statements that don't even make sense.
Wow, man. Talk about testing a bro.
Making statements that don't even make
Shut
sense.
it and let me read. I'm reading for you, but you're not paying attention to what I'm reading because you don't know how to do basic comprehension. Thank you, Sheikh. I'll check it in a second. You're not making sense because you're not trying to focus. So now again, it says, in your paradise, in Muslim paradise, it says there will be a market where there's no buying or selling, but it will consist of men and women, like a brothel that's for free. And when a man desires a beauty of either a man or a woman, he will have interdingy with them. I'm asking you, do you believe that to be true? Does that sound like it came from, like, let me give you an example. If Diddy had a room where you could walk in the room and pick a woman or a man and sleep with them, and no paying, no buying or selling, he's just providing them free of charge, would that make more sense than the God of Islam creating an entire marketplace for men to go and have their fill of men or women? Which sounds more plausible? Diddy having this or the God of Islam providing this?
I don't know why you disrespect your intelligence. You know, why you choose to do that and make the statements that you make, which are just, I don't know, just pure evil, brother. You know, you just your thoughts and statement are just pure evil. I
I'm
don't know how to
reading
answer
your
them. I don't know how
books.
to answer evil. I mean, you know,
I'm
just to say what
reading
you
your
say
books.
and think how you think, it's just evil. It's just totally evil.
So you're saying me reading your book and repeating what your book
That's
says
not
is
you're
evil?
not reading. That's not in the Quran. So you're lying. You're evil
I'm
and you're
reading
lying.
I'm reading the hadiths. Are they not part
You're
of Islam?
reading. That's not in the Quran. You're reading. You
Okay, so
know.
you only
And
take the Quran?
you know in the Quran that in the Quran it tells Lot, and when the people of Lot, and then Allah says, you know what I'm saying, you practicing your lust on men other than, come on, that we don't practice our lust on men in Islam. So for you to imply that, it's just
Are you
pure evil.
Quran? Are you
It's
Quran
pure
only?
evil. It's pure evil.
Are you Quran only?
You need to get out of your evil thoughts and your evil ways, because it's
It
not
was
Jesus.
good.
That's not
It
coming
was
from
actually
Jesus.
good hearing
That's
your
coming
voice
from the
again, man.
devil. Trust and believe me.
It
Your
was
thoughts.
good. It was good hearing your voice again. It gave me a headache. Didn't make much sense. I don't think that you've ever read your Quran. I don't think you know Islam. But I'll give you one more chance and see if you can actually have a conversation. Have you read your Quran? Have you read your Quran?
I listen and read Quran every day of my life.
Beautiful. Does your Quran promise you voluptuous woman of equal age in paradise?
How many times do I have to explain the same thing to you, brother, for you to comprehend?
Does your
And the same
Quran
question
promise you
that you asked, the same
voluptuous
question
woman
over and
in
over again.
paradise?
Is that what you read?
I just read it to you. I read it to you
No, you
from
just
your book.
read it. If you just read it, and I just told you that, there are. I just explained to you, it's like the 13 soldiers who died. That some of
Are
them
you
was
are you one
married
of them? Are
and
you
had
going to be
women,
given?
and if they
Are
go to
you
paradise,
going
they
to
don't have a wife. What part you don't understand?
are you a soldier that passed away, or is this also prophet to you, a normal Muslim? Are all Muslims promised voluptuous women of equal age? This is the question. Let's see if you can actually answer the question. Are all women promised voluptuous women, or is it only those soldiers that passed away?
So I don't know, and Allah knows, because I know not. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, brother. Take care. He doesn't know, people. We just read the Quran and it says that you will be promised and this is what you're going to get. But no, no, no. So, and I mean, this is a typical example. The Diddy party is a marketplace for dingy dingy. The Diddy party is to go and have dingy dingy with as many people as you want. That's what the Diddy party is for. This guy is going, yes, but only the soldiers will get them. And if the soldiers get them, then yes, it's for them because they didn't have wives. And these people didn't have this and they didn't have that. Now, if I tell you, and if I told any Muslim, guys, in the Christian paradise, we will have a marketplace where you, in this marketplace, don't have to have any money, but you can choose men or women that have beauty, and you can have dingy with them. How many of you guys think that the Muslims would attack us and laugh at us for this nonsense? Because it goes on, as I said, because Bukhari actually says, Muhammad said in Bukhari, he said, in paradise, there is a pavilion made of a single hollow pearl, 60 miles wide, in each corner of which there are wives who will not see those in the other corners, and the believers will visit and enjoy them. Do you see how depraved you have to be a Muslim? You have to believe that you will continuously sleep with these women that are not going to see each other. Jay, what's up, man?
Hey, God bless, man. How you doing? I got a website for you that you might enjoy later on. Gives you he's put everything together about your topic. It's phenomenal, actually. Destroyer of Sunnis introduced me to it. I was like, whoa, where did this come from? It is called...
Just send it to me on a DM.
Investigate.
Okay. Yeah, 1 second.
I'll send it to you in DM too, okay? It's just called Investigate Deen, DEEN, .wordpress.com. You are going to absolutely love it. The way this guy has done this. So Investigate Deen, DEEN. Everybody in chat, you should go to this and bookmark it. .wordpress.com. And you will see some crazy stuff. The way he's put it in there is just phenomenal. The books, all the pieces of evidence, laid it out beautifully.
Oh, we like it. We like it. Oh, we like it a lot.
So you go to on there just to show your crowd, if you want to show them. Go to where it says prepubescent consumption. Okay, on all the bullets he has on the main page. Go to do a Control F if you want. You go all the way down. It says
I've got it.
consumption.
Yeah.
Click it.
I'm there
And
long
then
ago.
scroll down and see all the stuff that he's got in there. All the Shamela links and everything else.
If you want to, I can put it on screen on TikTok.
Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna put it over here.
Just give me a minute. I gotta just set up a tripod on my display. It'll look good.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, let me do it. I got it already in front of me. I forgot. Still haven't had my chai this morning. That's right. Okay, all right. So now, this is the website, okay, guys? This is the website here. Investigate Dean.wordpress.com. Okay, very easy, guys. Take a screenshot if you want to. Christians, everybody, okay? All right. Now, you just scroll down, for example. I was just going into one of them to show you about this particular one called prepubescent consumption, if you want to learn about that, okay? So it actually starts off with the Quran, but look at when he switches over to all the Shamela links. So all of these here, links with the page numbers, with the link, with the portion that has already highlighted. Look at this. Overwhelming evidence he's put out there.
It's 46 sources. Oh, sorry, Jay. 46 sources, crazy.
It's crazy. Overwhelming force of evidence. Okay? It's all there. Now, also, what I have done, and hopefully this is not a shameless plug, but I've been on X. On X, I've put a lot of things easy for you guys. So if you don't want to go and do all this stuff, I've done it for you guys, okay? You come into my profile, which is J49 _ TikTok. I'm writing articles, and I'll show you some of them, just to make it easy for you Christians. So, for example, this article is about how in early Islam, burned the original Mus'haf and Quran to force it to be altered. But look at this way I've done the articles, okay? I've given you evidence, I've given you slides, I've given you everything. So I'm taking the time to do this stuff. If you guys want to do it, you can come and do this stuff here, okay? Now, let me just show you one last thing. If you don't have the time to go through that website, I also post on TikTok about this stuff. Hold on a second. Here it is, okay? So here I have a post which says, Islam permits prepubescent marriage and smacks with married children. Post number 1 to 10 is about the child marriage, and post 11 onwards is how you can have smacks with married minors, okay? And then I pulled it all together for you guys in here with the links and the screenshots. Links, everything that's saying, and the screenshots. So you can just bookmark this stuff. Because if you don't want to pull it from that website and put it everything, I've done it all there, okay? So if you come on my X, I'm putting a whole bunch of things. I just started about 12 days ago, all right? I already got 200 people who are following me. So I put all of this information that you guys asked me for. Where's it? Show me, share your evidence, share this, show it to us, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's constantly asking me to share my stuff. Yeah, I'm putting it all in there. All right, but anyways, you go to this website, that's great. There's another website, if you indulge me for one more second, which gives really bad stuff. Okay, what am I looking for? Oh, there. I'm looking for, hold on, Aisha, child marriage. There it is. Okay, and this is talking about, just go ahead. I'm not going to say what it is. You see this? I'm not saying it on TikTok, okay? It gives you all the evidence. It gives you all the evidence from their books. This one goes really deep into some crazy stuff. Okay, so now, what is the URL for this site? Oh my God, it's like so long. Let me see here. Home. Yeah, right, there it is. It's called Atheism versus Islam. These guys put out a whole bunch of stuff in there. Atheism versus es-islam.com. And the sources are brilliant in there. These guys have already put it in there. Okay, thank you, I'm done. You can take me off big screen.
I will try to add it to for those that haven't seen it. I'll add it.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. And then again, if you're interested, like all the stuff that I put out, all the evidence that I put out, I kind of neatly write articles. I put posts up there. Yeah, just overwhelming evidence and really deep into the Arabic, the translation, what it means, all of that stuff I put up on it.
Lovely, jubbly. So guys, I'll put it on the YouTube as well, so you guys can see it. So was it atheism?
It is. Let me get my glasses on. Hold on. Yeah, atheism-vs-islam.com. Atheism-vs-islam.com.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Okie dokie. Let's I'll show it to you guys. I will actually do a live on this as well, so you guys can see it. But let's just carry on, guys, because we do have the topic today, and the topic is, as always, very topic oriented, but we can try to find more information on this, maybe on these sites as well. We're still trying to understand the heaven, the paradise that we are given in Islam. Is it the same as going to a Diddy party? Is it exactly the same as a Diddy party? Because if it is the same as a Diddy party, then why wait? Why don't we just go straight to to Diddy party and get to see what Allah teaches, what Allah's offering Because if Allah is offering it, then it must be, worth going to a Diddy party to see it. So I'm not sure if you know all this, but you've seen, I know that you've seen it, Jay, but if I said to you, what is the difference between a Diddy party and Allah's paradise? What do you think you'd find?
I would probably bring up 76:19 and say the difference probably is that in Allah's paradise, He has more little boys dressed up as girls, as it says in 76:19, and offered to men who have unlimited alcohol, as it says in 76:19, and then told in Ibn Kathir's tafsir that these kids are told, go service them and fulfill the desires of those men. And they are actually children who are dressed up as girls, boys dressed up as girls.
Now, for those that don't know this,
extensive answer.
yeah, no, that's right. But this again, people, this is the thing. In Islam, you get yourselves 80,000 boys, little boys in the heavenly sex market. Remember, you get women, young boys on display, like you're walking down in Amsterdam, the red light district, and you can pick and choose who you want. Now, again, as a male, you can pick and choose who you want to satisfy you. So beyond the wives, the 72 virgins and the young boys, there is no end for the amount of choices you can have for the dingy. Because as I said, it's saying clearly that you will have whatever man desires. So the hadith that we read was, there is in paradise a market where there's no buying and selling. But where a man, when he desires some type of beauty, he can go for that beauty. Not a problem. Voluptuous age, he can go for that beauty. Then it also says that he can also, according to Surah 56, 35 to 37, when you read Ibn Kathir, Abu al-Qasim Tabarani said, according to this, that Abu Huraira said, the Chinese whispers, it says, "O Allah's Messenger, we have sexual intercourse with our, will we have dingy with our wives in paradise?" He said, the man will be able to have sexual dingy with 100 virgins in one day. In one day, people, 72 has now turned to 100. Divide that up into your minutes in the day. I don't know how many minutes, 8 to something minutes you're going to have between these people, 6, 7, 8 minutes between all of these women. The guy was saying, oh, I want to relax. I want to chill. I want to do, what did he say? That he wants to just relax when he gets to paradise. He wants to look at the woman and the children. And he wants to enjoy and he wants to find peace. How in the world are you going to find peace? Remember, the Muslim said that. Rabbah said that. He wants to find peace. How do you find peace when you're so busy with 100 virgins in one day? Where's the peace?
If I could add to that, according to the Quran and Tafsir, one, it'll be the occupation of men to sleep with these women morning, afternoon, evening, night. That these women are Arab white women, so only Arabs and white women. I guess they spared all the other brown and black and everybody else, who are going to be the women who these men will get to have smacks morning, afternoon, evening, night. And one last thing, it says in their tafsirs that these women are confined and they are held imprisoned. It says they're imprisoned in a location, in a house. Okay. So I just want you to think about this for a second. If the same scenario, that means they can't escape. If the same scenario, if there is a house, if someone has built a house, and in that house they have all these women who are kept in there, and men come there morning, afternoon, evening, night to do what they do, you would call that house what on earth? A brothel, correct?
That's right.
Now, if that brothel has a madam woman who's in charge of it, you would call that a madam. If it has a man in charge of that brothel, you would call him a what?
PIMP.
Right? So here it is. Allah has created that brothel as a reward. And remember, in Ibn Kathir and Tabari and all of this saying that these are white Arab women who are imprisoned, confined to their rooms, they cannot escape. Now, if you have sex with a woman who cannot escape and is confined, on earth we call it what? Grape. So now he's created a grape-infested brothel, and he's in charge of it as the lead PIMP. Why I say the lead PIMP? Because he is so gracious that he doesn't want to come to his product's house. He doesn't enter heaven, his paradise. So he's still the PIMP who created it. He stays up there. He's the big boss. Right? That's what it is.
So I just want,
according to their own scholarship, guys. Remember, I'm not saying anything that's not in their tafsir and it's not in the Quran. Both of them confirm. The tafsirs confirm all this stuff too. Thank you.
So Chris Oki says maybe when the guy said he was looking for peace, he was looking for a peace, not peace, not PEACE, but PIECE from the PIMP. I don't know what you heard about me. So we now can see that according to them, these people are going to have all this dingy within one day. In fact, Tirmidhi says in his hadith, the Prophet said, the believer will be given tremendous strength in paradise for dingy. It was questioned, O Prophet of Allah, can he do that? He said, he will be given the strength of 100 persons. Another hadith by Tirmidhi says, he said, a man will have dingy in paradise with his wives. Now, wives from among the Huralain and his wives from among the people of the world. So, the God of Islam is again doing this temporary marriage thing, saying, Muhammad Hijab, come here. You can have temporary marriage in the Hotel California. So in paradise, again, like a Diddy party, you're doing this mutta marriage where you're going to sleep with these people. And then it says, a man will be given the strength of 100 men to eat, drink, feel desire, and have sexual intercourse. It was narrated from Anas that the Prophet said, the believer in paradise will be given such and such strength for sexual intercourse. He was asked, O Messenger of Allah, will he really be able to do that? He said, he will be given the strength of 100 men. Another one by Tirmidhi says, Muhammad said, the least reward for people of paradise is 80,000 servants and 72 wives. Now we get to these 80,000 servants. Christian Sheikh says 3655. I think I did, but I'll get to it. I'll read it again. So again, now we're getting somewhere now, because we just saw that according to this stuff, we have 80,000 servants, and let me see if I can find the verse that he's talking about, 36. Oh, sorry about that. Let me just go to the Quran again and see if I can find Surah 36. 55, 36, 55. Why can't I find that? Where's my Quran? Why is it the Quran? Why is okay, there we go. Okay, Surah 36:55. I'm trying a new Quran today. I'm trying My Islam Quran, and it's crap. So let me just go back to the old one. 36:55, and that says, the inhabitants of paradise today are busy in their rejoicings. So the question is, who are they talking about? Who are the people in paradise that we're talking about? So what we'll do is, to understand it, we need to understand Islam. Remember what we said, according to Islam, you in Islam can have You can have whatever you want when it comes to these markets, because it's talking about what you can have. So in the hadith, in the hadith Ibn Kathir, it says that talks about with the delights which are enjoining. This is the view of Ibn Abbas, and then it goes on, talks about the shade of the trees, yada yada. Okay, maybe that's not the one I wanted, but again, the paradise is talking about the inhabitants, the people of paradise will be busy enjoying themselves. They will be enjoying themselves. The question is, by doing what? What are they enjoying themselves with? They've been given now the sexual strength of 100 men. 100 men, and they're doing all of these things. In whose name? Just remember, the Quran teaches that in whose name? Each time the Quran says that before you do the dingy dinky, you must say, Bismillah. Christian Sheikh.
God bless you all, believers and non-believers. Salam al-Masih al-Jamia, Islam al-Dimshi al-Kullahu. So chapter 36, verse 55, according to the scholars, which is Ibn Kathir, Qurtubi, and Tabari, they saying that the people of paradise, they're going to be busy deflowering virgins.
That's right. Their spouses, and it goes on. Yep. So if that's the only thing they're going to be doing, if that's what they're going to be doing, don't you think that they don't have much time for anything else?
No, sir. They're not gonna have anything, any like spare time to do anything else. Not worshiping or anything, because they're gonna be busy deflowering virgins. And they said every single time when they enter the virgin is actually is gonna be like worth of 40 days or 70 years or something like that. So they're not gonna have time, because if they have 72 virgins and each virgin will take them 70 years to deflower her and finish her, they're not gonna have time anything for Allah or explore the paradise. And Allah, He said that when they're gonna deflower her, when He's gonna deflower her, He's gonna sew her back. So Allah, He's gonna be the one. Oh, you know what, son? You finished? Come here, sweetheart, come here. Give me the needle. Give me this. Patch her up. Send her back to him. And the female wife, which is the wife of the Muslim, she's going to be by the gate, which is by the door of the tent. And she's going to have like a notebook and a pen. Next. And then when he finishes from her, she's going to send the next virgin. So, I'm sorry, James. This is what I was trying to say to you about chapter 36, verse 55. If anyone have a problem with that, they can go to the Arabic. I think the English one that you have is not saying it because they are shameful to say it. There's a lot of videos actually on YouTube, but I tried to find you one. It's talking in English or subtitle in English. It's hard to find it. It's Arabic. The Arabic side, we have a lot of shuyukh, which is the scholars or the leaders of a mosque or a leader of a Muslim community. They speak so happily about the details in paradise, what the man is gonna have, what the woman she's gonna have. I mean the virgins, the power the man that he's gonna get. All these things that Muslims they're gonna have in paradise. All of them they are explained in Arabic. And you know what? I'm gonna try my best to find clips in Arabic, try to put subtitles to it, and try to post them on TikTok.
So let me just read to you this, because what you said is important, right? Again, guys, remember that Islam hides everything in the Arabic without knowing that this man, Christian Sheikh, can read the Arabic. Now, this is a bit of a boom shakalaka for them because they tried to hide it. And guess what? We were told to read. Now that we've read and we are able to expose this, then the Muslims now have a problem because they're going to have to say, yeah, but. You can't read it like that. Yeah, but. Just shows us over and over that Christianity is true And Islam is just another Diddy party waiting to happen. And I want to read this for you. Can you tell me Al-Insan? Al-Insan, what number is that?
Al-Insan?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
I want to read to you guys from Al-Insan, and I want you guys to see.
You know the meaning of Al-Insan? Chapter Al-Insan is?
76, the man.
The man or the human.
Yeah, Insan is 76. So let me read you guys this and watch this. This again is from Insan, chapter 76, 17. It says this. Allah says, and round them they will serve boys of everlasting youth. If you see them, you would think them scattered pearls, meaning young boys from the boys of paradise will go around serving the people of paradise. Everlasting youth, meaning in one state forever, which they will never change from. They will not increase in age. Those who have described them as wearing earrings in their ears have only interpreted the meaning as such because of a child is befitting of this description and not adult men. So they're telling us that these boys, not men, little boys, are going to be serving them. Then it says, concerning Allah's statement, if you see them, you would think them scattered pearls. And this is important, meaning when you see them dispersing to the full needs of their masters. Now, this is important. To the full needs of their masters. So these little boys have to come to the needs of their masters. Now, Christian Sheikh, Roni, if you can please find out the verse where it says they do not bleed. These boys don't bleed.
I got you, brother. I got you.
Thank you.
The same chapter that you read, what verse you said?
17.
Read 19. It's the same one you just explained.
Okay, just let me continue yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm going to get you the one that says they do not bleed. Hold on.
Okay, so I'm just going to continue reading now. This is from Ibn Kathir, explanation. He says, their great number, their beautiful faces, handsome colors, fine clothing and ornaments, you would think that they were scattered pearls. Listen to this. There is no better quality than this. These boys are of the best quality, nor is there anything nicer to look at than scattered pearls in a beautiful place, says Allah. I'm going to show it on the YouTube screen so you guys can see it. And I'm not even joking, people. This is crazy, right? So go on.
Brother, you in the beginning, before I cut you off this time, before that, you said the boys, they're going to have earrings, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so is the earrings for the boys or for the girls?
Exactly. It's to make them be pretty, to make these little boys pretty like little girls. But let me just read this finish. I'm nearly done. I just want to read the explanation by Ibn Kathir. Notice again, in the Diddy Paradise and in the Epstein Islands, you can have all of this. But the God of Islam is saying, come to Islam and I will give this to you. And then it says, if you see them, the meaning that they will fulfill all the needs of their masters, their great number, their beautiful faces, handsome color, fine clothing, you would think that they were scattered pearls. There is no better quality than this, nor is there anything nicer to look at than scattered pearls in a beautiful place. Allah says, and when you look, meaning when you see it, O Muhammad, there, meaning there, this refers to paradise and its beauty, its vastness, loftiness, yada yada. Then it says, you will see a delight and a great dominion, meaning there will be a great kingdom that belongs to Allah, splendid dominion. It's moved off from talking about the boys. So you said read 19?
Yeah, 19.
The 19 says, their raised couches and their lack of heat and cold. Let me just see if it says, the vessels of silver and drinking cups, the ginger. Then it says the boys and the servants. Again, it says.
No, James. Chapter 76, 19.
Yeah, I'm going to read the tafsir. You want me to read the verse?
No, you can read the verse, and this is one is talking about the boys.
Okay,
The
got you.
same. Yeah, but about the bleeding is a different one. It's different chapter, different verse. When you're ready, let me know.
No worries. I'm going to read 76:19, and it says, "There will circulate among them young boys made eternal. When you see them, you would think them as beautiful as scattered pearls." And then it basically tells you exactly what I just said, that these boys are so beautiful. In fact, look what it says. It says not only that there's no better quality than these little boys of paradise in Islam, it says, nor is there anything nicer to look at. So these boys are so beautiful in Islam, there's nothing better to look at, not even a female. Notice, people, this again, if you went to a Diddy party, underaged. You went to a Epstein Island, underage. You go to the Islamic paradise, you are promised underage. Man, who's fighting with their keyboard?
Sorry, I was about to go to the tafsir and show you what it said in there, and I'm about to show it on the screen once you're done.
Yeah, no, I'm done with that. If you hopefully you can show me the one where it talks about boys that don't bleed.
Yeah. Before Jay goes, I just want to give you the source that you asked for, chapter 56, verse 17, 9, 18, and 19.
One more time. You said 56.
Chapter 56,
Mm-hmm.
17, 18, and 19.
Oh,
And this is where it says they do not bleed.
okay.
And this is James. I have to work in my wife's car, so God bless you all. I will be probably listening. I'm not gonna promise you, but probably.
So, no, 56, 17, and to 19. Is that what you said?
Yeah, brother.
Okay. So that's Ibn Kathir?
No, it's actually he's talking about the boys they do not bleed.
Okay.
Yeah. So even if you go to the tafsir, they're gonna say yinzifun. That means they are not.
Yeah, what that says intoxicated in there, it actually means, in Arabic, it means they don't bleed. Yep. It parallels this 76.
Okay, so where are you on now? Are you the same site as me, Quran.com? Tafsir Ibn Kathir?
Quran.com, and then you go into, you drop it down to English.
Yeah, I've got all that.
Ibn Kathir, okay?
Okay, I got that.
Now, the 3 paragraphs on here, you have to go all the way down, almost done it.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it's a pretty long tafsir, where the header is the boys and the servants. Now, the first.
Wait, so what verse are you on? What verse are you on? 19.
76, 19.
Oh, 76, 19. Okay, that's why.
Yeah. The 56 is parallels and stuff, but
Yeah,
I'm
I was
taking you
just
first to
there.
76, 19.
Yeah, that's the one I just went to.
All right.
I just showed that one.
And did you show the Ibn Kathir?
Yeah. That's the one I
So
just
you showed
showed.
the boys and the servants?
That's right.
Okay, cool.
It's in 76, 17.
56, 19.
Yeah. Okay, go on.
Yeah, let me go to 56, 19 here, and I'll show you where that Arabic word is. 56.
Now, while he's doing that, let me just ask you guys this question for anyone listening in. Why are you being promised boys that don't bleed? So Phil has it on his page, which I've printed now. It says the boys that don't bleed. Let me just see if I can try something different and go.
Okay. Okay, that's the boys don't bleed thing that I'm showing you. You start off at 56:15 actually. What they're talking about is the same men that they're talking about in 76:19 who have been given unlimited alcohol. It's saying these men are sharing the couch with the boys. So the throne they're talking about here is the couch. So on the throne's woven, reclining on them facing each other, that means the men and the boys, there will circulate among them young boys made eternal, okay, with vessels, pitchers, and cup of wine from flowing springs, so alcohol. No headache will they have their form, nor will they be intoxicated. Okay, so the yunzifuna, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And I believe it's let me see. I think it's Yusakaduna. This means they won't bleed. I forget which of these two means. Either the headache or the intoxication. One of those two means you won't bleed in Arabic.
Yeah. So on yeah, go on.
So it's 5619. I gotta refresh my memory on this one here, but I have it somewhere in a document written down. So either this word, you sakaduna, or you xenofuna. One of them is that it doesn't bleed. So I'll just double check it. I'll try to find it in my document. But yeah.
No worries. I just want to now give my
So
man.
They've changed it in the English translation. They'll get a headache, or they've changed it. They will be intoxicated. It actually says they won't bleed. One second.
Just one second. You said that is. I want to just do something. You said I want to check something in the translation. So if I went to you 76, no, you 5619, right?
5619. Yeah.
Okay. So guys, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a check with the Arabic. Why don't I do this and just copy the entire thing and do a translation, and let's see what it says. Okay, it doesn't, it says exactly the same, but if I do like word for word and see, it says they are bleeding, which is the last three words. The last three words of that section says they are bleeding, yet the translation says something totally, and it says, and they do not bleed in the translation. I'm not even joking. So let me show you guys. Phil, I'm coming back to you and your page. I just want to do this, and I want to share the screen so you guys can see what I'm showing you on the YouTube. So if you see on the YouTube the last words, if I do a translation to this, it says, and they do not bleed, for the same words. So if you do a copy on that of that section, you'll see, and they do not bleed. So on the screen right now on YouTube, guys, you will be able to see it. In fact, if I do this on the TikTok, no, I can't do that. It's charging. Yeah, but basically, guys, if you take the last 5 words in the Arabic, translate them, you will notice that the last words are saying, and they do not bleed. Now, why in the paradise of Islam are you going to have boys that don't bleed? What, are they going to cut their fingers? Are they going to fall, scratch their knees while cycling, falling off skateboards, bang their heads? Why are they not going to bleed? Remember what we just saw, that these boys are there to serve their masters for all of the master's needs. All the needs of the master. Now, I want to show this as well on the YouTube, on the TikTok, YouTube, I mean. So let me remove that and add Phil. And Phil has it on his page. It says, Surah 37:45 to 47 says, a goblet from a fountain is circulated among them, white, delicious to the drinkers. There's no alcohol in it, nor do they hemorrhage from it. 56:17 to 19 says, Ionian boys circulate among them with cups and pitchers from a goblet, from a fountain. They are not gashed from it, nor are they hemorrhage. Again, that would be blood. And then it says, the verb is nasafa is used in the Quran, and nazafa is defined in the wiki dictionary as to drain or to let blood. Let me just mute you this. And then it says to draw off blood, to exhaust, to dry up a well, to bleed profusely to death, to lose blood. As Al-Mani says, consumed by loss of blood, losing or sending out blood. The American spelling is hemorrhage, bleeding, or hemorrhage. Noun, verb, to drain, and it goes on. Now, people, while I have this on the screen for the YouTubers, on my page, where you see this page, I'm not sure if you can see the sign of it. You can't see all of it. This is from Phil Horea .wixie site. Let me just, can we pin it in the chats, please? Phil Horea. And this again, he even tells you it's just a 1-minute read, telling you that this is talking about the boys that don't bleed. And he has done the hard work for us. So if I went over here, I'd find the definition of the words. So guys, please if you go to Phil, it's pinned on the page where you guys can go and read it and you can get the information on it. I've said this 1,000 times. Phil has done the hard work for you. Phil has done the hard work for us. Therefore, let us support him, because if it's there and available, we can just use it. Say again.
Can you spell the last name so I'll bring it up on TikTok?
HORAIA dot WIXSITE.com. So guys, please give him a follow, give him a support, and just he does all the hard work. You guys can go in and search and you can find whatever you're looking for. Whatever you're looking for, man, somebody's done it. Somebody's done it. Now, we're nearly there. Hopefully there's still no Muslims, but we're nearly there. I'm nearly at the end of this presentation. And then I want the Muslims, if there are any, that are able to explain to us, besides the boys that don't bleed, just explain to us how and why is it so important to have all these women at your not your Diddy party, but your Allah party. And I'm still waiting for anyone to tell me, come on, man. What's the difference between a Diddy party and an Allah party? Your reward is 80,000 of these boys that don't bleed. You have given an erection that does not go down. These are utterly delicious to you, and you can enjoy them as you wish. You want to say something? You banging that keyboard, man. I'm going to buy you a new one. I'm going to buy him a new keyboard. So now, let's just go slowly through this, right? Because as we can see now, if we're looking at the Quran, again, Surah 44:54, let me read this verse for you, 44:54. And again, let's see what Allah is intending for the people. He says, and even so, we shall wed them unto the fair ones with wide eyes, with wide, lovely eyes. So you, in paradise, you are going to be wed to these people. Now, what does the word wed mean? So according to Islam, we can see that going to a Diddy party is exactly the same as going to Allah's paradise, where it's all about the dingy, all about how many women you can sleep with. It's all about, that's it. There's nothing more to it. It's just about the dingy. If we look at the commentary for Surah 44:54, it says, although the inmates will not be legally obligated to observe the precepts of the Sharia, the purpose of marriage will be to honor them. Therefore, this should not raise any objection if the word is taken in the first sense. The Houris, having big dark eyes, will be given as life partners to the men of paradise. The Houris in this case will be granted to them as a gift. As a gift. So these women are objects that you can pass on. There will be no need for a contract of marriage as is done in this world. This is from Mariul, the Quran, Mufti Shafi Usamani, from his volume 7 on his page 762 of his book. Now, what we have to understand over here, when it says this should not raise any objection if the word marriage, which is now called nikah, is taken in the first sense. So what is the meaning of the word nikah according to Islam? Nikah in Islam is literally the penetration, the consummation, the dingy itself. That is what nikah is. No, the Muslim says, no, it's putting a ring on it. No, it's not. So the actual word nikah is not marriage as they want us to believe, but it's the sexual penetration, the dingy itself. And just as you allowed the dingy without the union on earth, you allow the same thing in heaven. And again, it's telling you that this is allowed. In Islam, it's allowed, not only on earth, but in the heavens in front of God. Now, Diddy is saying, come to my parties, and at my parties, you will penetrate all these women. You can drink as much alcohol you want. There's boys for you to play with. You can do whatever you want at the Diddy party. And the Muslims are now saying Diddy belongs in jail. Diddy did something awful. Oh, Diddy was bad. Did you see what Diddy did? Yet the God of Islam is doing exactly what Diddy did. Meaning that the Diddy guy is acting exactly as Allah is acting. So he should be praised, not attacked, according to Islam. The Muslims should be going, you know what? This is an example of what happens when you go to paradise. So Diddy is showing you what you can have. Or they can say, how dare Diddy do the job of Allah? How dare Satan do the job of Allah? So again, this is another perfect example of trying to understand what nikah is and how these Muslims that attack him don't understand Islam. When we look at Tirmidhi, right? Tirmidhi says this. The Prophet said, a huri is a most beautiful young woman with a transparent body. Now, I actually have a picture somewhere I actually saved it for a Friday video. Imagine now the women are transparent. That means they're lacking the suntan because, you don't want them dark. You want them so white that you can see through them. Then it says the marrow of her bones is visible like the interior lines of pearls and rubies. She looks like red wine in a white glass. She is of white color and free from the routine physical disabilities of an ordinary woman, such as menstruation, menopause, urinal, and ophical discharge. I forget how you say the word. Ophical discharge, taking a dump, childbearing, and the related pollution. A huri is a girl of tender age. She's of tender age, having large breasticles, which are round, pointed, not inclined to dangle. Huris dwell in places of splendid surroundings, like Silicon Valley with the silicone silliness. Again, this is the description of the woman that you will be promised in paradise. Now, Diddy, when the people want to come to his parties, you'll never see at his parties older woman, sagging woman, used up woman, drugged up woman, skin wrinkled. No. These women are full of whatever you can fill them in so that nothing sags. Everything's tight, everything's bright, everything's white. And you can enjoy it as long as you want because that's how Allah does it. So Diddy is a true follower of the God of Islam, Allah, and he's providing the same thing Allah provided. Remember, Muhammad considers childbearing a disability, menstruation a disability, menopause disability, you taking a pee disability, taking a dump disability. These are disabilities that the women have. These aren't privileges that the women have. These are disabilities. So now that these children are being used and abused, according to Islam on earth and in paradise, both boys and girls, Diddy and Epstein did the same thing. I don't see a difference. Why are the Muslims still attacking Diddy and Epstein when the God of Islam is promising exactly the same thing? And one more hadith just to end. Hadith from Bukhari said, know that paradise is under the shades of swords. So you get to paradise for unaliving people, something that God normally says, don't do. You get to paradise and you do things that God would normally say, don't do. Fornication. Because remember, you're marrying women. You marry, your wives are still there. We just read, your wives are still there. So the question for the Muslims, of course, we've got questions for them. Muslims claim that Allah claims to want modesty. He wants sexual restraint. This is what the claims of the Muslims are. They say this is what Allah wants. Now, if it's true, then why is it that Allah himself is encouraging this sexual appetite in men for his worshippers? I mean, these people have made it now. These aren't the bad ones. The bad ones are taken to hellfire. These are the good ones. Why is it that the God of Islam takes these good people now and feeds their sexual appetites by allowing them to do all these things? See, this is why the Muslims don't come to these lives, because they don't know how to make it make sense. A Muslim can't explain this off. You can't say to me, come to Islam, and then when I ask you about the paradise and you tell me I'm going to be dinging people with an sexual appetite where I can do this for 100 women in one day. Man, the guy came up and said, oh, I just want peace, not a piece of, her behind. He just wants peace of mind. He wants to chillax. Life is hard. And then you're going to paradise and you got all these women. I was like, come on, man. For a 25-year-old, it might be exciting and fun, but come on, man. The older you get, the more you realize, one woman is enough, and one woman nagging you is enough. And the same goes for women. Sometimes a woman is like, man, just, go visit a friend, go for a walk. Why can't you go somewhere else? Because she also wants peace. Now imagine if her whole job for the rest of time is to satisfy men in paradise. Another question would be, why are these pious Muslims rewarded with unlimited dingy with so many women, not just their wives? Why not say, here's your wife, love her, be with her, and be content with her? No, this is not Islam. Islam is like, I'll give you your wife, and then I'll give you, that sounds more like hell. I think that sounds more like hell to me, man. All these wives fighting. No, it's my turn. No, you had him yesterday. What do you want to eat? No, I'm cooking for him. No, you cook for him. Where are you going? Why are you going there? What time are you coming home? Why you didn't tell me you're gonna go? That's hell, man. That's the Because to me, just little old me, this is a contradiction of moral standards. The God of Islam is contradicting himself again, causing another dilemma in Islam, where he contradicts that he wants you to be modest, to have sexual restraint. He's telling the woman to cover up head to toe, and then they're going to lie on their backs their whole life. Sorry. So now your entire life, you're just going to be on your back? Come on, man. What kind of God is this? Why does Allah have double moral standards? One on earth, one in heaven. And again, if it's true, if Muslims claim that Islam is fair to women and it's true, then the question is, what are the rewards for the deserving woman when it comes to paradise? What are the women getting besides sores on their backs, sores on their knees, sores on their elbows, sores on both the butt cheeks? If there's any Muslim that wants to make this make sense, you're more than welcome to request. Because now I've come to where the questions are just not being answered. The questions are just not being. Let me read you guys this. If we go to the Bible in 1 Thessalonians, in the Bible, it says this, chapter 4, let me go to 3, it says, for this is what God wills, that sanctifying of you, that you abstain from fornication, that each one of you should know how to get possession of his own vessel, his wife, in sanctification and honor, not in covetousness, sexual appetite, such as those nations which do not know God. For God called us not with allowance for uncleanness, but in connection with sanctification. So we are actually told to respect ourselves and our wives, because the creator of the heaven and earth wouldn't create a heaven that goes against him and what he's teaching. The covetousness of sexual appetite. This again is the flesh. All comes down to the flesh of the body again, that we are told to turn away from our flesh and to pray in spirit, to be in spirit, to know spirit. We are told to ignore the flesh because the flesh is what causes us to sin. And Islam is like, yeah, we got you, man. We know it says don't do the dingy, and we know it says that, but come on, man. Romans 14:17, for the kingdom of God is not eating and drinking, but righteousness and peace and joy in the Holy Spirit. Now, listen to this, right? If I change this and said the Bible said the kingdom of God is eating, is drinking, is not being righteous, is not peace and joy, but being away from the Holy Spirit and in your wives and in your huris and in these 80,000 boys. That's what you want me to believe. The true God of heaven and earth, when he created us, he knew exactly what he wanted from us. And he didn't say that your sexual appetite will be fulfilled in paradise. Again, the Bible goes against Islam again and again and again because Islam is focusing on the man again. A religion by man, for man, all to do with the pleasures of man. Colossians 3:5-6 says, deaden therefore your body. Listen carefully. Deaden therefore your body members that are upon the earth as respects fornication, uncleanness, sexual appetite, hateful desire, covetousness, which is idolatry. On account of those things, the wrath of God is coming. On account of these things, the wrath of God is coming to those people that are focused only on the flesh. That's Allah, that's Muhammad, that's all the Muslims, that's the Diddy Paradise that they're offering you. Why would any one of us want to become a Muslim knowing that this goes against the previous scriptures that the Quran confirmed as true? Now, I don't understand this preoccupation with sex in heaven, this constant talking about women, boys, all these things that Allah is promising, and yet never once does it say that you will be with me. Now, jokingly, I've said many times, when I see God, I'm going to ask him this. When I see God, I'm going to ask him that. When I do, I'm going to ask God, this one day this thing happened. Can you just rewind and show me the videotape of it just so I can see what I did? Because I don't remember exactly what happened. Or, and each time I have these thoughts, I think about what I'm going to say to God, how I'm going to be with God. Never once, and I don't think there's any one of you that's not a Muslim, has actually used time thinking, oh, when I get there, I'm going to ask God for this woman, that woman, and to have sex and to do this and to, I'm going to ask for this. I don't think any Christian actually walks around asking those questions. But I'm sure a Muslim would be like, man, I hope I see that girl again. The guy that came up, Raza, whatever, he said, oh, I hope I can see my first love. The dude is married. He wants to meet his first love. See that? Again, the flesh. He's married. He has a wife and he's waiting to see his first love. Imagine saying to you, my wife heard me on a live stream and I'm telling you guys, oh, when I die, I can't wait to be with my first love. If she's not my wife. And my wife hears that, she'd be like, what you talking about, man? What you talking about? I'm looking forward to the fact that, that we don't have that problem. Man, I look forward to the fact that Muslims open their books and see the filth and realize everything in this religion is just about the dingy, the deception of Muhammad, the lies of Muhammad, the lies of the God of Islam, dragging them in. Now, I've always said this and I'll say it again. For someone to be taken away from truth, you have to present something false. So they presented something false in the form of the Quran. And they're saying, follow the Quran. This will drive you to the same God, but it's just a different path. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. You cannot come to the Father except through me. There's only one path. That's through him. Allah is saying through Muhammad, or the same person, is saying, yeah, but, there's another opportunity. There's an alternative. Why follow the alternative when you have the original. And if the alternative is telling you, oh, but while you're there, man, you can have heavenly Viagra. The Viagra you're going to get, man, is going to keep you happy for 100 women, not 15 minutes, not 6 hours, not 4 hours, not 10. That's 100 women. The heavenly Viagra. That's what you've been offered. Even after death. This bankrupt prophet with this bankrupt religion, this is what they're promising you. Wine, woman, sex. And that can only come from a God that has no morals. An immoral God. A heavenly whorehouse. I don't know if I should say that. Said it. And all to just satisfy the man. All for the man. And then we're talking about the boys, the youths, the handsome youths in Surah 52:24. These are pearls well guarded. It's not restricted just to the woman. You've got these little boys. And it says, and they shall wait on them, young boys of their own, as fair as virgin pearls. Surah 52:24. These little boys are now being compared to virgin pearls. And they will go around these little boys as if they were hidden pearls. These are just different translations. And then we went to Surah 56:22 and 23 that says, and there are fair ones, wide-eyed, lovely eyes, like unto hidden pearls. You think this is talking about females, but at the same time it's talking about immortal boys with cups and jugs and a glass from them of flowing wine. Wine is supposed to come from Satan. Allah's providing wine. Committing adultery comes from Satan. Allah's the one that makes you commit adultery. Fornication is supposed to come from something evil. Allah makes you fornicate. Grape supposed to come from something evil. Allah says it's okay because you don't need their permission. Virgin pearls, hidden pearls, scattered pearls, describing little boys. 76:19, and round about them shall go youths, never altering in age, and you will think them to be scattered pearls. Man. And that's why I said, man, if you're going to this paradise in this market where you're going to be penetrating them as you see them, come on, man. There's a guy called Sheikh Muhammad Galal Keshk. He was at the University of Al-Azhar. He said, the boys in paradise are for sexual enjoyment. I'll give you the reference in a second. The boys in paradise are for sexual enjoyment. They resembled the scattered pearls, while the Al-Hurain, the Al-Huris, resembled the preserved pearls. So they are of the same nature as both are for sexual enjoyment. This is by Muhammad Galal Keshk in his book called The Muslim Thoughts in Their Sexual Desires, page 214. Page 214. And this is what he said, that these boys are there for sexual enjoyment. Another scholar, Jawzi, Imam Ibn al-Jawzi, Muslims know him and love him, he claims that he experiences no sexual desire when looking at beautiful young boys. It says, he who claims that he experiences no sexual desire when looking at beautiful young boys is a liar. And if we could believe him, he would be an animal and not a human being. Imam Ibn al-Jawzi, he actually said, Imam Ibn al-Jawzi, and this is his claim, people, his claim. And if it's true that he claimed this, then we have to ask ourselves, what in the world is he meaning by that? Why would someone that sick say something that disgusting and evil? I don't know, man. I the more I read, the more I understand. I read and follow, but have these conversations and try to understand what Islam is teaching. I don't know, man. I don't know. it just comes to the point where you think that it's just too sick and evil. Don't know, man. Why would someone say that? Why would someone think that it's okay to say? Why would someone say that, man? So if there's any Muslim that wants to join, you're more than welcome. And just make it make sense. I've presented what I wanted to, and now that I'm done, and I just want Muslims to just make it make sense. So the claim is, as I said, it's Ibn al-Jawzi. He said he who claims that he experiences no sexual desire when looking at a beautiful young boy is a liar. All you have to do is search it, and you will see that it actually talks about it, and talks about that. What he's saying is that don't pretend that you are above temptation. This is what his argument is basically saying. He's saying that people mustn't pretend that they aren't tempted and they're above temptation. But look what he uses. He uses little boys. Why use a little boy to describe your sickness that's in your heart? Any Muslim that wants to make this make sense. Any Muslim that wants to make this make sense. I don't want to, I mean, what else can I say, man? Because if I have to look at this and just make a summation, if I have to look at this, it doesn't matter whether Allah in this religion allows this penetration of these children, these boys in paradise. And, the question is Islam based on morals? Is it an immoral religion? Is it an evil religion? And if it's evil and immoral, then it can't come from God, then it has to come from somebody else. And Allah is saying that he'll give you 72 virgins to service in one day or one night, or one day, including the night. How does that, when do you, how many of us want this in paradise? Honestly, in all honesty, how many of us as Christians or just normal people want this? Now, as I said, if I went to a village to people that are ignorant, people that know little, people that are, they've got nothing. And I said, listen, I'm offering you all these things. Don't you think that they would run to this religion, this cult? Because Islam is nothing more than a sex worshipping cult. And if it is, then why should people, like us, normal people, become Muslim? And I'm not joking. This is an honest question. How many of you would want, and this is mostly to the men, unless the women want to be used, and there are women that want to be enjoyed, but my question would be to men. Imagine doing that with 100 women every single day for the rest of eternity. Imagine doing that every single day for the rest of eternity. Michael Smith, how are you, sir? Michael Smith? Maybe that was a mistake. Yeah, I'm listening to the comments, right? It sounds exhausting and boring. It sounds like hell to me. It sounds like it's, it's too much of work. This shows you guys that, even as a man, even though most of us, we at some point in our lives, we had some kind of fantasy of, being with many women, or some kind of, just to be with, whatever fantasies we have. It might be fun and games there and then, just like maybe once off. But I'm saying, imagine that every single day for the rest of your life. And then even if you don't want, you've got these little boys that stay the same age forever and they don't bleed. These boys don't bleed. How does that make sense? I forgot the verse. Which verse was it that said, I think this is it. Just trying to find the verse we had, guys, with they don't bleed. Oh, what verse was it, Jay, that we read in the Arabic when you translated it? They don't bleed?
56:19.
56. I'm on 36. 56:19. That's right.
36 from Phil's side shows that the same word is used for bleeding is referred to hemorrhaging. They don't hemorrhage in 36, which you saw on Phil's side. So he's just drawing a parallel that the word means that. And now when you look at 56:19, it's supposed to be hemorrhage or don't bleed.
Okay. So, Jay, do you want to add anything? Because I'm just going to have some water now and let this sink in for everyone that's listened so far. I don't see how this can be. Okay, watch this. Jay, can you tell me, is there any difference between a Diddy party and this?
No, there isn't. What your takeaway should be, guys, then you can go get your water. What the takeaway should be, guys, is pretty simple, okay? At the end of the day, we are trying to figure out if a one true God would act in such a behavior at the end of the day, right? I mean, that's a fair question to ask. And why do you see this happening in Islam versus Christianity? And where is it grounded in, essentially? Why is it such carnal flesh? Everything is about that in the Quran and in Islam. So, of course, this can be from one true God, but it's also based on the metaphysics of their God. What I mean by that is, when we in Christianity, for example, when we say God is good, we say, God is good. That means intrinsically, goodness is grounded within the nature of our God. So it is a part of his nature. It is his nature, goodness, okay? When you flip it over to at least Sunni Islam, what you see is that goodness is not intrinsic or grounded in their Allah's nature. What that means is their God determines what's good or evil through his command, his will. So it's not a part of his nature. So therefore, here in Christianity, you say, God is good. Goodness is God. That is intrinsic to our God's nature. Over there, whatever he commands becomes good or evil. So what does that lead you to? That leads you to that on a Monday, he can command something to be good. On a Tuesday, he can flip it over and say the very same thing is evil. At the same time, he can command for one group that something is good or evil, and he can take the same evil and suddenly flip it by his command and say, no, it's good to another group at the very same time. So where do you see that? You see that in what James just has been talking about. Now, if you ask a Muslim that in Islam, is it considered sin and evil to take a little child and make them into a slave? And they will say yes. In Islam, is it considered evil to sleep around with all these other women outside of your marriage? They will say yes. In Islam, is it evil to force yourself upon someone for the purpose of having a physical relationship with them, they will say yes. All three of them on earth, they will say yes. And this is evil. This is a sin. It's a major sin, they will say, to do these things. Simultaneously, their God in paradise now says that same evil is good, is a reward. So here you're being rewarded by kids as slaves that will not bleed, and you know for what purposes, and even taking little children, dressing them up as girls. Who the hell does that? Okay, putting ornaments on them and feminizing them and telling them that, hey, your job, little 7 or 8-year-old boy who's dressed up as a girl, is to fulfill the desires of your masters. In the tafsir, it uses masters, so slave-master relationship. Okay, same, you come up here in paradise and you can have sex with as many people outside marriage. This is just a big old sexual, party out there. Okay, and on and on and on. So now what is he doing? He is, through his command, saying at the same time something is good and then something is all the same thing is evil. So ultimately, if you want to understand the God of Islam, the God of Islam doesn't know the difference between good and evil because it's all through his command. Whatever he commands is good. The same thing he can flip over the very next second or even at the same time and say that is also evil. So it's not intrinsic to his nature. Goodness is not intrinsic to his nature. Right? That's the big difference between us and them. Now, that cannot be a God. To me, if goodness is not intrinsic to your nature, if that doesn't come from grounded in your nature, then you cannot be a one true God. As simple as that. And that's what we've learned today. So behind everything that we're talking about, hopefully you've got an idea now as to, from a metaphysical perspective too, and theological perspective, why do we see these differences? We understand these are these evils that are existing in what they say, and everything that James has read showed you evidence of the evil, but now I hopefully brought you home and told you the why. I've answered the why. This is the why. Thank you. I don't know if James is back or not.
Yeah, I'm here. Again, when we looked at this topic, right? Looking at this topic, we try to understand what women are presented with as a reward in Islam. So Muslims claim that Islam is fair to women. And this goes back to the idea of on earth, and because, they were given all this wonderful stuff. But what are the rewards for the deserving females in paradise according to the Quran? Where do we find what deserving women receive as reward in Islam? And how can paradise be considered as, a delight, something to look forward to for the faithful Muslim woman, when for all eternity they have to watch their husbands go about deflowering all these women, these perpetual virgins? What kind of paradise is it for them, knowing that every time, every day, or whatever, 100 times a day with a new woman, this dude is going to be deflowering people? And as a Muslim, again, if a Muslim was married more than once while she was living on earth, which husband will she have in paradise? Does she take the last husband or the first husband? Is the first husband no longer that husband to her? And will he see her in heaven and high five her and go, oh, remember the good times we used to have? And the question again now goes back to the God of Islam, is that why would a true God, why would God, I'll say true God, want to take these pious, these good people, and give them all these sexual propositions? Why would he inspire them to want to sleep with all these women in paradise, the place where they're going to be with these swelling breasticles? Why would he use so much of effort and then contradict himself and say that they should be pious? Because to me, this is just it's shameful, It's a shameful thing that the God of Islam is doing to these women. And it's just, for me, spiritually bankrupt. It's a spiritually bankrupt religion, cult, following, because it takes away the beauty of what could be and destroys it even in paradise. So the woman, even you can fight as much as you want that the women have been given all these amazing things on earth, and they were given the freedoms and inheritance, and they were given the right to vote, and they were given, all these wonderful things. They still are going to be equal to dogs and donkeys. They still going to be deficient in intelligence and religion, and they will still be used as rags in paradise. And men will still benefit by moving on to the next one. So they get 6 minutes ish per session, and then he goes on to 100 women in paradise. So the whole topic for the day was pointing out to the fact that if we are honest in our assessment, if we are honest in what Allah has told us about when it comes to the religion of Islam and a paradise, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. I'm too old to think with my willy. I'm too old to think that this is going to be the only thing I'm going to want. And I don't care, man. If you give me chicken every single day and you change that chicken every single day, man, you can give me new sauces. You can give me new vegetables. It's still chicken. I don't need to have the same thing over and over in paradise, man. The man that came up and said, he wanted peace, he understood that because he's a grown man. He wants peace. He wants to be satisfied and content with being in the light of God, to be with God, to be surrounded by angels, to be surrounded with love. And no, in Islam, no, you're going to be surrounded with people scraping each other's clothes and to get the marks off. So again, guys, please, if you're not following, there's over 170 people on both YouTube and TikTok. Give us a follow on YouTube, please. The YouTube is so important. YouTube is important because I want that to grow. I didn't realize until the other day when someone noted to me, I am almost 10,000. I'm 9,005 or 9,600 on TikTok, which is brilliant. Didn't think it would ever happen. But so if you can give me a follow. And I'm not sure if I'm going to do the same topic tomorrow. This topic came to me today when I listened to a Muslim woman tell us how wonderful it was in Islam and how paradise and how she looked forward to it. And I was thinking, do you know what you're in store for? Do you know what's coming for you? What's heading your way? And I'm not sure if she's going to be one of the 99 or have a wife or have a husband, or whether she's going to be, I don't know, man. This is why we pray for these people. We pray for Muslims because we want them to know that this can't be the end game, because we're all looking forward to the end, right? We're looking forward to the final chapter in our lives, the final, how do you say, the final, the outcome, we're all looking forward to that. I mean, and now imagine if that final is just so bad. That final is just such a problem. That final is just such a pain. That final is like, yeah, man, I'm okay. That's their final. So I'm just having computer problems, screen problems. Just kept going off. But again, if this is the best that they're going to be getting, the best, the final, the top of the tops, I don't want it. I don't want it. I want the gold. I don't want the poop. I don't want something I can have on earth every single day, and then when I die, I'm going to get the same thing. No, man. Ain't no way. So, I'm not sure what the topic will be tomorrow. I don't think that the Muslims are, able to have conversations when it comes to these topics, because there's no way that they can try to justify the fact that the Quran confirms and the Hadiths confirm that this is all about the dingy. There's nothing beautiful about it. There's no beauty in Islam. In fact, that should be a topic. What's beautiful in Islam? Where's the beauty in Islam? What's beautiful about Islam? There's nothing beautiful on earth. There's nothing beautiful in the paradise, in the heavens. And who is it beautiful to? What type of mind must you have to find this beautiful? To find that you're going to be banging cheeks with 100 women a day. How is that beautiful? We have to worry about Islam because so many people are going to hell because they follow this sickness in this religion. So many Muslims would rather go to paradise when Diddy is offering the same thing on earth. Why are we wasting our time talking to you guys if we got nothing to offer you? Question is, what do we have to offer you? We have an alternative. We have Christ. We have an alternative. We have love. We have an alternative. We have peace. We have an alternative. We have salvation. So again, all we're asking is for you guys to stop, think about it and test your religion, man. Question it. Ask questions. So let me see. If you want to join, man, Medina, you're more than welcome to join. You saying worship a man God. According to your Quran, your Allah is a man. According to your religion, your God is a man with curly hair, wearing a green suit, beardless. That's your God in Islam. He's got 2 right hands. He's handicapped, so he can drive in a handicap zone, park in a handicap zone. The God of Islam says that you recognize him. He says he has a shin, 2 right hands. He has eyes. He's not like the Dajjal with just 1 eye. Your whole religion tells you about this God that looks like a man, acts like a man. He says, I created Adam in my image. Isn't Adam a man? And we have a man that we can actually respect more than we respect Muhammad. If we just took Jesus as a man, he's still better than your best example. God became man, man didn't become God. Don't forget that. So instead of attacking, try to understand what we're talking about. We're offering you an alternative. You're more than welcome, brother, to join us. If I could send you an invite, I would, but you're not. You probably have private, so I can't. But that's what we have today, man. So people, for those that want to learn more about what Allah offers the Muslims in paradise, the entire live today was to show you guys that according to Diddy at least offered rubbers. Diddy offered some baby oil. Allah, he just sat there with his popcorn in his 2 right hands and enjoyed the show. And this is where the unfortunate reality is that this is what Islam offers. Nothing more than a God that sits back and watches. This is it, man. Diddy party, exactly the same as Allah's paradise. I don't see the difference. They both offered you little boys, little girls, many women, as many as you can have, wine, alcohol. We saw this through the Quran. Allah's offering them all this wine and this alcohol, and he's offering them all these women. So that's it, man. I'll find a new topic tomorrow. If I don't, I'll see, more restrictions coming on. We love restrictions. We love it. Okay. It's still open to the Muslims. If the Muslims want to join, you're more than welcome. But let's see if I can get to the Psalms. Normally when I get to the Psalms, someone always wants to come up. I want to ask you something, please. Ask me. Ask me. Let's see. Today we're on Psalm 112. 112. While we wait. Psalm 112 says, praise the Lord. Blessed is the man who fears the Lord, who greatly delights in his commandments. His offspring will will be mighty in the land. The generation of the upright will be blessed. Wealth and riches are in his house, and his righteousness endures forever. Light dawns in the darkness for the upright. He is gracious, merciful, and righteous. It is well with men who deal generously and lends, and conducts his affairs with justice. For the righteous will never be moved. He will be remembered forever. He is not afraid of bad news. His heart is firm, trusting in the Lord. His heart is steady. He will not be afraid until he looks in triumph on his adversaries. He has distributed freely. He has given to the poor. His righteousness endures forever. His horn is exalted in honor. The wicked man sees it and is angry. He gnashes his teeth and melts away. The desire of the wicked will perish. Amen. I want to just focus on one thing when it says, trust in the Lord. Why is it that so many of us don't trust God? Why is it that we trust pilots, taxi drivers, boat drivers? We trust everyone else, bus, you name it. We trust them. We trust all these people. We question them never, but we question God. Why is it that when we have problems or troubles, that we don't trust that God has it? He's got us. He knows how to sort it out. So today, just before we end the live or when we finally end, just remember that our trust must always be in God, that God has us in his palm, that he is looking after us. And this goes back to the story about the 2 footprints in the sand. I'll just repeat it for those that don't know it. The 2 footprints in the sand is a man is walking along on the beach and there's 2 footprints. And every time he has some kind of problems in life, every time he has some kind of something goes against him, he notices that there's always one set of footprints in the sand. Eventually he sees God and he's like, hey, God, I got to ask you something. He says, I noticed that when we're walking about, man, I see there's 2 sets of footprints in the sand. He says, but every time I'm in some pickle, man, I've got some kind of a problem, something, goes against me, I just see the 1 set of footprints. He says, where do you go each time I have this problem? God looks to him and says, man, each time you see that 1 set of footprints, that's mine. That's me carrying you through that problem. That's me carrying you through that problem because I got you. You are mine, I got you. And all we have to do is just put our faith in God, trusting that he will never leave us. It's us that leave him. We turn our backs to him. He's never left us, not a single time. And this is unfortunate. Truly, truly unfortunate that this is what it turns out to be. We are the ones that turn our backs because we think like Muslims with our flesh. Like the God of Islam, we're so focused on our flesh that we forget him sometimes. And I'm one of them, and you all know that you are some of them. When you're looking at, for example, corn, that you shouldn't be doing that, but you just watch one more, or just maybe it's on TikTok, one of these videos of these girls dancing without the whatever. You just looking at something that you shouldn't, but you'll just do one more because you're just doing one more, and that's the problem. Just one more. And this is what happens. This is what takes us away from the truth. It's just this one more. And then we want to know, why aren't you listening to me? I tried to talk to you, I've got Logical. Logical, how are you, sir?
Yeah, James, I'm all right. How are you?
I'm very well, my man.
Look, James, I don't mind. Let's have a conversation, but let's not blaspheme. Yeah, we can have a respectful discussion. Surely we can do that.
Sure,
right?
We can.
Yeah. Okay. Look, for me, I don't like to insult the Christian religion or any religion.
Sure.
So, I think it's best we have it a good, respectful discussion. I try to do my best to keep it like that.
No worries. Can we just get to the topic? You're the last guest. I'm about to end the live. Can you just make it make sense?
What's the SE? What's that one next to it?
Sex.
SE what?
Sex. Dingy
Oh,
dingy.
okay. All right, okay, yeah. Es makes sin and sensuality.
Sensuality.
I'm not,
Sensuality.
bro. I'm not sure what the topic is about. Honestly, just please paraphrase it to me.
Okay, in heaven, in Islamic paradise, can you tell me, according to Islam,
Yeah.
I want you to do me a favor. I'm not going to disturb you. I want you to tell me, give me 3 things and proof with evidence what men will get, and then give me 3 things what women will get according to the Quran in paradise.
So men will get spouses, and the men who are martyrs, they'll get 72 women. But although that's a it's in the hadith, that's a Hassan hadith. It's not Sahih. Men. What's the other one for men? They're gonna enjoy themselves. Anything they wish, Allah will give them. So women, that's 3 things. Yeah, men will get anything they wish. They're gonna get 72 virgins if they're martyrs, and they're gonna get whatever they want. Right? Women the same. They'll get whatever they want, and they'll get their spouses, and they will live there eternally happily without any problems. There you go.
Can you show me now, according to Quran or Hadith, the woman? Because so far you said the women get anything they want. Show me anywhere in Islam. Hang on, my brother. Show me anywhere in Islam where the women get anything they want.
Yeah, I can show you Quran verse where it says, well, it didn't say women, didn't say men. It said that you will get whatever you wish. Oh, well, let me get the reference. Are you, by the way, James, are you brothers with J4?
Yeah,
you guys sound similar.
We one and the same.
I know, but are you like real brothers or just not?
Yeah, no, we
twins.
We twins.
Are you really twins, like real twins?
Yeah. We
Okay.
both came out of a VJJ.
Ah, well, you do sound similar, so maybe,
Maybe.
So I'm just getting the reference. 1 second. So yeah. So this is in Surah 50, verse 35. Okay. And then also Surah 41, 31.
1 second. 50 verse?
35.
Okay. And that says?
Let me read it. Okay, this is what it says here. They will have whatever they desire, and with us even more. So there you go.
Okay, but who's it talking to? Who's it talking about?
So it's talking about, and it will be said to them, this is what you were promised. So this is talking about the believers.
Okay, but when you're saying that this is talking about believers, is it talking to the men or the woman?
Both men and women, because it didn't specify there. Okay,
what does the tafsir say?
I'll have a look. What the tafsir says.
So you're saying that, okay, never mind, watch this. So you're saying that they can have whatever they want. If a woman wants 72 men, they can have them?
They want 70. Well, that's for the martyrs only, though.
Okay, so then they can't have whatever they want. If she wants 5 men.
I don't know about that one, because when it says whatever they want, that will be up to Allah to decide that one.
Well, then it's not whatever they want. If I say to you, you can walk in my store and take whatever you want, and then you go in my store and I go, yeah, no, you can't have that. No, you can't have that. So you can't have that.
Mm.
When you read the tafsir, it says, and a man who remembered Allah, not a woman. It talks about a man. So the verse that you took me to, 50:35, is talking specifically about man, a man or men. When they do what Allah wants them to do, then they can have what Allah is promising them.
No. Sometimes in the Quran, when it says a man, or sometimes it's in reference to both male and female, because man does apply to both. Like, for instance, the Quran will say man was created in a hurry, right? This applies to both male and female.
Okay,
So it doesn't always mean male only.
Okay, so just to understand now. So if a woman wanted 72, she can't have it. If a woman wanted the men to be virgin every day, you see what I'm saying is that we're trying to understand, right? On earth, Islam is a religion by man, for man. Everything in Islam has to do with the flesh. It says clearly in Islam that if you, for example, in Surah 4:24, it says that you can do adultery, fornication, rape, you can also have slaves, and you can sleep with children in one verse, right? 4:24.
No. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say grape. It doesn't say you can sleep with children. It doesn't say any of these things, bro.
Okay, let's see if that's true or not. According to the verse in Surah 4:24, who is it talking about?
So 4:24 is talking about those whom your right hand possess.
Okay, let's stop there. We'll go one thing at a time. So who is it that they possess with their right hand? What type of person?
So these are the people, these are the women after war. You defeat the men, you capture the women, you take them in and look after them.
So women and children, correct?
Women and children, but you're concentrating on women here. That's why I said women. Yeah, children as well, of course. Yeah.
Beautiful. So let's go slowly now. So these women, according to 4:24, are also married, correct?
Not all of them. Some of them are married, but the moment they get captured and then the men are defeated, then the marriage becomes invalid.
Okay, let's see if that's true, right? Let's see if that's true, because according to the Quran, according to this hadith, in fact, let me ask you this. You agree that these women were married before they were attacked?
Sure, some of them, yeah, absolutely.
Some of them, beautiful. When they were captured, were they still married?
Some of them, yes, but the moment you capture them, then the marriage becomes invalid, bro. This is the point.
So this is interesting now. So the marriage becomes invalid to who?
So it becomes invalid between the husband and the woman.
So hang on now. Who makes that marriage invalid?
So God does that.
Wow. Allah does that. So Allah says James and his wife are married because if they don't get married, then they are committing a sin, right? If they don't marry and they sleep together, that's a sin. So Allah says that they must get married. They get married. Then Logical takes James's wife, and now Allah says now they're no longer married. So the same God that punishes them for not being married and having sex then destroys a marriage and says to you, Logical, now you, since you have attacked them and taken that woman, she's no longer married, you can penetrate her, correct?
No. So what happens is that once you defeat the man, the marriage becomes invalid. But you do not jump yourself on a woman like that.
So 1 second. Is the woman and man?
Bro, you've got to give me time as well to answer your questions. Yeah. So consent is a must. It's required to have relationship with those women. If they accept, then you can go ahead and be in a relationship with them. If they refuse, then you cannot force yourself on them.
Let's see if that's true, right? Let's see if that's true. Now pay attention, right? We're going to see if that's true, because according to the verse that we just read now in 4:24, you said that Allah says the marriage is no longer valid but is the marriage still valid to the husband and wife? Do they still agree that they are married?
Yeah, for them, they say that, but for God, God has the final say.
Okay, I want you to
God
show
has
me
the
that in
final
a
say.
second, right? I want you to show me that. But watch this. In the Tafsir by Ibn Kathir, it says that Imam Ahmed recorded that Al-Qudri said, "We captured some women from the area of the Autas who were already married. We disliked having sexual relations with them because they already had husbands. They already had husbands."
Yeah.
So you are saying that the God of Islam now says that even though they are married, they no longer married, just so that you as a Muslim can penetrate this girl.
You have to get their consent. You can't just penetrate them
No,
like that.
there's no such thing as consent. No
There
such
is,
thing.
There is.
Show
there
me.
is. I can
show
you,
me.
I can show you references.
I want to see a reference now because it says that you don't need consent. In fact, I can show
I'll
you
show you.
videos.
I'll show you. Well, let me get a reference that you have to get consent of.
Okay, so now
female slaves.
Logical. We want you to get it from your 4 schools of madhab.
No, I'm getting it from the hadith.
No, we're gonna go to hadith.
Yeah, yes.
Wait, I'm getting it from the hadith. Why don't you want the hadith?
Oh, go on. No, get it.
Go get it from the hadith. Go get it from the hadith and then tell us your 4 schools of madhab got it wrong. Your 4 Sharia, the schools of Sharia got it wrong. Okay.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
You have to get consent.
So if you go to do you want to put me in a big screen?
No, just give us the name.
Give us the name.
So Sahih Bukhari 6949.
Okay, let's go.
6949 is talking about married women who have been taken, captured. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Sahih Bukhari 6949. I'm going to read this out. A governmental male slave tried to seduce a slave girl from Kumas of the war booty till he deflowered her by force against her will. Therefore, Umar flogged him according to the law and exiled him, but he did not flog the female slave because the male slave had committed illegal sexual intercourse by force. So this is a slave on slave.
Yes.
Okay. No, keep reading.
Yeah, against her will. Al-Zuri said, regarding a virgin slave girl raped by a free man, the judge has to fine the adulterer as much money as is equal to the price of the female slave, and the adulterer has to be flogged according to Islamic law. But if the slave woman is a matron, that means she has a master, then according to the verdict of the Imam, the adulterer is not fined, but he has to receive the legal punishment according to the Islamic law. So, where does it say here that the master needs consent?
So, before I answer, do you agree a master is a free person?
The master?
No.
The master
a free
is...
person, a free person.
The master is...
No, I'll tell you why. A free person is not just a master. It could be anybody else, because it says unless it's a matron, unless she's with a master.
Wait. No. It's free person includes both masters and non-masters. Do you agree?
No, but no, you're not understanding. Right there it says, but if the slave woman is a matron, that means her master is doing it, then there is no.
Matron means here, like matron. Yes, I'll give you that. Matron can mean somebody who's already in a relationship. It can also mean somebody who is old and basically single, doesn't have a partner. Can also mean that, right? So listen.
So if she's a matron, that means she's already a slave to her master, and a matron is someone who's overseeing. She does all cleanliness in the house and all that stuff. In their time, it was a matron was a slave. So if she's already a slave to a master, okay, it says then there is no issue with this.
So I'll give you that. Matron can mean a dignified woman that is in a relationship with a man. I'll give you that.
No, there's no dignified woman or anything like that. A dignified woman is, you don't call a woman dignified by saying she's a slave.
Okay, do you know what matron? Okay, let's check what matron means then.
Just
Matron.
Yeah,
just
today's time is overseeing domestic and security affairs, or does like just some domestic help.
Well,
staff.
I've just checked matron means. It says here, a dignified, matured, married woman or a female supervisor in charge of domestic medical arrangement in institutions like schools, hospitals, or prisons. So
Right. So that's today's time. So today's time. I hopefully know.
Come on, James. Come on, bro.
Okay. All right.
Come on.
Listen. Is a matron back then the same thing as a matron today?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
You believe so?
Yeah. No. So. Yeah.
You know so. Okay. Prove it to us.
Because the meaning doesn't change. It's still the same. Just like husband and wife is.
Are the slaves? Are slaves matrons?
Slaves, yes, according to the Islam.
Okay,
yes.
so are we talking about slaves here?
We're talking about slaves, yes, in terms of in consensual relationship, yes.
Right. Okay. Slaves in consensual relationships?
Yes, that's why I showed you the hadith. Yes.
No, the hadith doesn't say anything about consensual when it comes to slaves.
Oh my God!
It's slave over slave.
Bro,
I'll tell you what. Logical. I'll tell you what. Let's say I am interpreting it incorrectly, and you are interpreting it correctly. Would your 4 schools of jurisprudence agree with you? Let's go to a neutral, not on your side of your party, okay? So the scholars and the 4 schools of jurisprudence should certainly agree with you, and they should say, you know what? You do need consent before you sleep with a slave. We are at a disagreement point. I'm disagreeing with you, you're disagreeing with me. Can we go to the law, your books of laws? And they should make it really clear, right?
So if you go to the 4 schools of thought, and then they contradict this hadith, then I would rather stick to this hadith than
wait. How do you know they're you're saying they're not contradicting the hadith? I'm saying you're misreading the hadith. So I'm saying you're misreading it. You're telling me I'm misreading it. So we're going to go to your greatest of sources, all 4 schools. They're not made out of bozos or TikTok, people who just come up with stuff. They are your upper echelon of jurists and scholars and everybody else. So certainly they would have a better understanding about their religion. And we're going to your sources again on that stuff. Do you agree with that? Or do you think your sources know less than you?
So if the 4 schools of thought say what you're saying, then I don't agree with them. I'll stick with the hadith.
I know you cannot agree. I mean, you're here to sit down and we understand what your role is in life out there. All you Muslims, okay, on TikTok. That's not what we're trying to. We're not trying to get you to agree. Okay, we're trying to find out the truth, right? Yeah. Who cares? You think the earth is flat? It's not my problem. We're going to and seeing what the reality is. So that's the purpose. Number 1. Number 2, and that's only fair. So your books should certainly reflect that. Your schools of laws and jurisprudence and your jurists should reflect what the true answer is. And you want to sit down and say, I'll throw them under the bus. Secondly, you've sat down and said, you said something to him. God has negated their marriage. Now, can you show us where Allah negates their marriage?
Yeah, so in Surah 424, it says marry those do not marry women who are already married, except those whom your except those whom your right hand possess. So God already
except. What does the word "except" mean?
Except means except the ones who are already married.
So married. So he's saying you can take captives married women, right?
Yeah, but you have to get their consent. Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa, Jay, 1 second. Jay, 1 second. So you have to get their consent to be what? Slaves? What are you getting consent for?
No. Consent to be in a relationship with them.
So that's what we're looking for.
Right. Yeah. There in that verse is saying, but you need their consent. So you made a statement. You said, Allah said that the marriage is voided. Now, please show us in there where he says, and once you take them captive, that marriage is voided in any kind of shape or form word.
So if you read Surah 419, it says, all believers, it is not permissible for you to inherit, which means take women against their will or mistreat them. So you're not allowed to take women, whether slaves or non-slave, against their will.
Oh, hold on. The whole act, but you say, what is a captive?
A captive is somebody who
you capture, right?
You take them, but this one is not like capturing them and then just like
Exactly. So it's a different female.
This is taking them in to look after them, bro. It's not like you take them in and then you like military.
What is a captive? Is a captive voluntary or involuntary?
So a captive is somebody that is involuntary.
Great. So now your 419 is thrown out. It's not talking about captives, right? In this case,
no. This is about marriage. This is about marriage here. It's not talking about like captives. It's about marriage.
419.
Yeah, 419 is about marriage.
419 is talking about marriage to captives.
No. It's talking about marriage to women in general.
So this is not captives.
Yes, captives are included in it. They're included, which means it says don't take women against their will. This is talking about marriage or relationship. That's what it's talking about.
So, all right. So it is not lawful for you to inherit women by compulsion is the very first sentence on that verse. Right?
Yeah. Or mistreat them.
Okay. So are captives taken by compulsion?
Bro, I
answer
get
the question, Logical.
Answer
the question. No, answer the question.
Wait. I'm not talking about captives here. I'm talking about marriage here.
I don't care. You're bringing us 419 here, and you're saying it's starting it off, but it's not lawful to you to inherit women by compulsion. If you're saying it's talking about captives also included in here, that means you're saying that the captives are not taken by compulsion, which you earlier said they are taken by compulsion, i.e. involuntary. So now you got to do a better spin game. Go ahead. This is by the way, you should give me this clip.
Yeah, I'll send it to you,
James, when you get a chance.
Go ahead.
So now,
so
now the very first sentence. So the very first sentence again says, it is not lawful for you to inherit women, as you're saying, marry or taken women by compulsion.
Yeah.
So now, answer the question. You've already confessed that captives have been taken by compulsion. So certainly it's not discussing captives in here, right?
No. You are mixing up the two, right? You're mixing up the two. Captives, in terms of taking the women in, they have no choice in terms of that because you are taking them in to look after them. I get that one. They don't have choice in that one. But when it comes to relationship or marriage, you have to get their consent, bro. And this is what this
show us where Allah has said that. No,
it's there, bro. It's right there.
Okay, all right. So it is saying it is not the category of women it's discussing is women who have not been taken by compulsion. That's the category of women being discussed on here. Let me put it for everybody on the screen so we can understand what Logical is trying to say here is an absolute untruth. He's lying. So right here on the screen it says, "Oh, you have believed it is not lawful for you to inherit women by compulsion." What category of women are they talking about? Captives or non-captives?
Any.
Okay. So that means but captives are taken by compulsion. So how is it that is talking about women who have not been taken by compulsion?
Jay, everyone just wait. Whoa, listen. Stop. Let me ask this question. Is this talking about free women?
So this is talking about both free women and non-free women.
Are free women captives?
Are free women captives? No.
Are they taken by compulsion?
No.
Beautiful. So then it's not talking about captives. It's talking about the free woman, correct?
So, bro, you are conflating, the captives of them being captive with marriage. I've already conceded when you go to war and you defeat the men, the women they have no choice. You have to bring them in to look after them. I have no issues with that. But when it comes to relationship, you have to get their consent.
I'm gonna say this again. Just 1 second. I want to read the verse for you and I want you to listen carefully. Listen, please, Logical. It says, "Oh, you who have believed, it is not lawful for you, not lawful for you to inherit a woman by compulsion. What does that mean?
So this is about marriage, bro.
Yeah, I'll give you that. What is it saying?
It means you cannot forcefully marry them. You can't forcefully be in a you can't grab them. You can't be in a relationship with them.
It's okay.
You have
What
to
does
get
it
their
mean to
consent.
inherit woman by compulsion? What does that mean?
I've already explained. Maybe Mrs. Soft can come in. I've already explained. It's about do not take them in relationship by force. Do not marry them by force. You have to get their consent in relationship. You cannot grab them.
Beautiful.
You cannot force them
Beautiful.
into marriage.
So
Bro.
hang
I've
on a
already
second.
said that.
Is 424 talking about women that have been taken by force?
Bro, I've said it before, yeah. I said it's
God.
in reference to both of them.
Okay,
I can't keep answering the same
It's
question,
beautiful,
bro.
beautiful. So in 424, we both agree that Allah says that prohibited to you are women that are already married except whom your right hand possesses. Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Beautiful. So it's saying except those your right hand possesses. Who are those women?
Captive women and slave women.
Beautiful. So it's captive woman, slave woman.
Yes.
The question was, are these women married? You said
No,
some are married,
no, Islamic
some are
law, no.
not married, correct?
That's what I
No,
said,
under
Mr.
Islamic
Sox.
law, no.
That's what I said. God already.
So just logical, you're
in-
extremely
in-
loud.
invalidated-
Logical. Let him speak for a second, please. Let him speak. Just 1 second. So I'm asking you now. So you
Yes,
saying
no,
that they
no,
were
under Islamic
married,
law, no.
1 second, they were married, and
Yes.
all of a sudden they're not married anymore.
Yes, under Islamic law, it wouldn't be recognized that they were married.
Okay, if these people were married and they were having dingy, would Allah look at that as
No.
something bad?
No.
No. If they were not married and they were doing dingy, would Allah look at it as something bad?
No, because that's their right hand possession, meaning they have their rights and men have their rights.
Okay, so now again,
Islam doesn't work on
I'm
your
talking
basis
about the
of what
husband
you
and
believe
wife.
is morality. Islam works on the basis of
you
what is
misunderstood me. You
people's
misunderstood
rights.
me. You misunderstood me. The husband and wife, they are married. In Allah's eyes, are they married?
As in if they were Christian or a polytheist.
I don't know, whatever.
Judaism.
According to
No.
Islam. So according to Islam, they're not married.
According to Islam, no. Once they have become captives of war, the marriage is void.
Okay, so when Allah says,
regardless of whether the husbands are still alive or not.
okay, beautiful.
Where does it say?
Now, now you need to show us where it says that. Where do I go to find this?
Because it explicitly says when the word accept what's in your right hand possession, thus from there it would already give an explanation of what's exception is
Except what?
In the marriage no more.
It's talking about married women, right? Hold on. Is it talking about married women?
As in if they were married.
Okay.
Yes.
Listen to my question.
Yes.
Listen before you want to vomit out.
I've
the
already
answer.
answered
Please,
you.
let
Yes.
me complete. Let me complete.
I don't know what you're
Be
completing.
quiet. Listen. Okay. So now it's talking about a category of married women that you cannot do what with?
Except those who are under your right hand possession.
No. What can you not do with the married women?
Except those who are under right hand possession.
Yeah, oh my God! I'm not asking you about the except. What is the
comprehension skills?
What is it saying? What is it saying
Right.
you cannot do with
You are
marriage?
not permitted
So okay, all right. Okay, this guy. All right, I'm going to answer.
No, you're going to do this thing, but you start dropping.
Okay, all right. So now, married women. He's saying you cannot sleep with married women. That's what it's saying. Except the married women who your right hand has.
Right. Who your right hand possesses.
So now these women are married. So now your Allah is recognizing them as they are married. But he's saying you can't sleep with them.
No, because you wouldn't
Stop.
get a right
Stop. No. You can.
No.
Stop.
No,
Listen to me. Is your Allah saying? Is Allah saying in here that except the married women you've captured?
Right hand possession.
Right. That's a slave. But is he saying? But is he saying except the married?
Who is he? Let me ask Jay. Let me ask him.
Bro,
let me,
okay,
guys. Everyone, cool down.
Listen.
Everyone, cool down.
Who is right hand possession?
The woman that I mentioned in this, the woman that I mentioned here, when it says except those your right hand possesses, Is he
Yes.
pointing to married women?
It doesn't matter if they're married or not.
I
There
didn't
be
ask you that.
exception.
I didn't ask you.
Wait,
Listen,
wait,
listen
you
again,
think
Sufs.
about married
Sufs, hang on
There be
again.
exception.
Sufs, please listen. Listen. It says married women are prohibited except your right hand possessors. Those your right hand possess. Are these women recognized in this verse as married women?
No, not what you don't come under right hand possession.
My
Married women are
gosh.
prohibited.
Again.
Meaning that would be in the case of adultery, meaning of a recognized marriage,
let me-
or if it's a free person.
Let me read
No,
the
Is it
verse.
an exception for married women who are your slaves? Is it an exception for married women who will become your captives?
James, relax.
It's not
Once
Jay.
And it's not James, it's Jay.
Can you not hear me talking or something? I
We
don't know.
can
what's
hear
going on.
you,
Okay,
but
so listen.
Okay. So once they become captive, once they become right hand possession,
Who?
they
Who
no,
becomes
Jay, 1 second, Jay. Just I want to hear what he says, please. 1 second. Who are
Once
we
they
talking
become
about,
captive,
Sufs?
once they become right hand possession, irrespective of whether we're married before or still have husbands alive, they don't fall under that. They fall under the rules of right hand possession.
Beautiful. But you just accepted that they were married.
I
But
didn't say they
again,
want-
listen again. Please stop talking and listen. Once they are captured, only then are they not married anymore, correct?
Right.
Beautiful. So they were married prior to being captured, correct? And the God of Islam recognizes them as married before they were captive, correct?
Okay, let's go with that. Yeah.
Beautiful. So now we've established that these are married people. If you sleep with someone outside of marriage, someone who is married, if you sleep with someone who is married, are you committing adultery?
Before they become right hand possession?
Yes.
Before the right hand possession, yes, you will be committing.
So you just
sin of
accept
adultery.
that whether they were married as Christians, polytheists, pagans,
Yes,
that
because
you
that
would
would
still,
fall- that's-
again, I wasn't done. I don't know if you heard the words coming out my mouth. So you try to pay attention too. So according to you now, you acknowledge and accept that these people are married, were married prior to being captured by these thugs. And now, once they get captured, your God jumps in and says, now they're no longer married. You can do dingy with them, and it's all in my name. Don't forget to say Bismillah. So according to you, these people were married before, and the God of Islam changes that and now allows it, correct?
Yes, because the rules are different for situations.
Where does he
Yes.
say it?
Did I
Show us what
disagree
the God
with you
says
in
the
any
rule
place?
changed.
While they are free,
Show us, show us where your
Calm
God
down.
says the rules
While
have
they are
changed.
free,
Why
while
are
they
you
are
lying on
free-
Allah?
Okay, can you stop? I don't think you have 2 ears. Listen with both of them. While they are married, they are not engaging with the Muslims. They are not fighting with them. They are not doing nothing to them. There's nothing happening. At that moment, they are on their side. We are on our side. The rules are different. It's forbidden. It's forbidden. Now, once you engage with the Muslims, the rules are different. Can we unalive innocent
Great.
people?
Can you show us where your
Can
God
we answer
says the
the
rules are
question?
different?
Can we unalive innocent
Listen.
people?
You just hold on.
Can
You
we
lied on Allah.
unalive innocent people?
You listen. It gives us great
Can
joy when you come up
James,
here and start
James,
lying
it's
about
a simple
Allah.
question.
Answer the question,
Yeah, I am
please.
asking you
You
a question.
made.
Answer it. The same
Answer
thing you're holding
where-
me to, I'm holding you to. Can
You
we
said
unalive-
Allah has changed the rules. Can you show us
Yes.
where?
Are
It's
the
a fair
rules
question
in-
to ask.
Are the rules in war different?
Show us the rules where he said he's changed it. It's a fair question to ask you. You said he has changed it. Either you are lying on Allah, or
James,
you just
listen again.
or
Listen
we
again.
missed something again.
Listen
You
again.
can't show us that.
Listen
You
again.
just made it up.
No, listen again.
We are winning when
Listen
Muslims
again.
come up here and lie about their
I
Allah.
don't think you want to answer because you want to talk.
Jay, let me just
Right. So are the rules
again,
of war different?
Sufs, please. Now it's
No,
James.
James, one
Now
second.
it's
Are the
James.
rules of war
Now
different?
it's James talking. The other guy was Jay. I'm James. Now please let me
No, sorry,
just
James.
no worries. Let me
Are the rules of
please
war
slow down,
different? We
brother.
have rules of
Slow
war.
down, slow down. You are saying that the rules of war change. We're asking you for evidence. Where does it say that the rules of war changed? Where once you are in a battle, you're no longer married. We're asking for evidence.
Because then that's the only way they become right.
Can you show it to me? This is what we're asking. I want evidence for your claim.
What you can take right hand possession
Well,
from what women of
well,
captive.
let's see
after the war?
what the tafsir says. Do you take tafsir or are you Quran only?
No, I take tafsir.
Okay, so let's see what Ibn Kathir says. He says, forbidden women are already married except for female slaves. Look what Allah says. He says, women already married except those your right and possesses. The ayah means you are prohibited from marrying women who are already married. So they accept in the hadith, in the tafsir, that these women are married. Then it says, except those your right hand you acquire through war. For you are allowed such women. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. You allowed such women after making sure that they are not pregnant. Imam Ahmed recorded that Qudri said, we captured some women from the area of the Autas who were already married, and we disliked having dingy with them, sexual relations with them, because they already had husbands. They were married, the husbands were alive and present. So we asked the Prophet about this, and this ayah was revealed. It says, and also forbidden are women already married, except those who your right hand possesses. Consequently, we had sexual relations with these women, still married. This is wording collected. Now, nowhere does it say that they are no longer married in the eyes of Allah because of war. We are asking for the evidence for your claim where you said things are different during war. Are you able now to present us with some kind of evidence where Allah says that they're no longer married in war?
Even if you're completing an argument for no reason, say even if they are still married, fine. Say even if the husband is still alive, fine.
Beautiful.
They still fall under right hand possession.
Are they committing adultery? Are they committing adultery?
Hold on.
My man, are they committing adultery when sleeping with another man's wife?
No, because they would fall under right hand possession.
Are they still married?
Bro, the moment you capture them, it becomes invalid. It becomes invalid.
This is Islam,
the
guys.
moment you capture them,
Logical, let's go with they're still married. It doesn't matter. They have still said except right hand possession.
And again, why are you all shouting? Why is everyone shouting?
They agree. All right. So the Muslims are all excited. They agree.
Either way, it's lawful.
The person is married, and you can just sleep with them as captives. Now, I'm going to ask you
either way. It's a
question on this. Please. Okay, you haven't showed it to us. It's lawful. Okay, now my question to you is this: is there any shush? Is any command from your God, a divine command from your God, does it have an expiration period? If Allah gives a command in your Quran, does it have an expiration period?
No.
So that means today, when Muslim men go to war on behalf of Islam and capture a married woman, they can force themselves on that woman without her consent.
No.
Okay, wait, all right. You just said no command expires. So this command is the command. You can in the command. Listen to my question again, because listen. Oh my God, you 4G dropouts. Listen to my question, okay? Shut up and listen to my question. Don't talk over me, okay? Ladies and gentlemen in chat, okay? James, can you just mute this guy for a second? I want to make my point here, okay? So guys, they just agreed that the divine decree from their God never expires. The decree is, if you go to war, you can have captives, number one. So Allah still allows slavery today. Then you can sit down and sleep with those slaves without their consent. Okay? Because it's your right to go ahead and sleep with them. So this is today and into the future. Slavery, in other words, is right now. Raping of the slaves is allowed right now and into the future. That's my point. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let me come to that. So look, James and Jay, the moment those women are taken and you look after them, the marriage becomes invalid, right? And this is why God says that you can have relationship with them as long as it's consensual. As long as both of them agree to this.
Logic, can I ask you something logical?
Wait, bro. Let me finish, bro, please, right?
Yeah.
as long as it's consent, right?
Mhm.
So when it comes today in the 24th century, even though the Quran laws are timeless, there's times where when you enter treaties with people, you're not allowed to do certain things. Right now, there's something called international law.
Yeah,
which
but can I
everybody
just
agrees-
get to the point, please? Logical. I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
I haven't finished.
I
Go
know,
ahead.
but you're going in a circle, and I'm, you know, I feel I'm getting dizzy. Listen to me. You said I'm going to mute you, Sufs. You're making a lot of noise, brother. I'm just going to mute you there. So logical. Listen again. These women, you are saying that you need their consent. In Islam, if you have dingy with a girl that is not your wife, now she's single, she's not married anymore, is that fornication? Are you, as a married man, allowed to sleep with a woman without marrying her in Islam?
Well, I'm confused. Can you repeat again? I'm confused with your question.
If you were single today, if you are single and there was a woman available, are you allowed in Islam to sleep with her?
No.
If you are married and there's a single woman, are you allowed to sleep with her even if she gives consent? No. If you own her as a slave, now, sorry, is that a sin if you sleep with her, even with her consent, and you're not married to her?
Yes, that would be a sin because you're harming her. Because you're harming her.
How are you
Yes, that would be
harming
a
her?
sin.
If she
You're
gives,
harming her because you're harming her because you haven't requested her consent.
okay, listen
Because
again.
if
Stop.
You gotta let me speak, bro.
Stop. I'm stop. I'm saying she gave you her consent. She's saying yes to you. You are single. She said yes. You're not allowed to do it. It's a sin. You are married. She gives you consent. You are not allowed to do it. It's a sin, correct?
Yes,
Beautiful.
absolutely.
Now, you saying that your God is going to make new adjustments only because she's your right-hand possessed. So she's not someone's wife. She's still not your wife, but you know that sleeping with a woman without marrying her is a sin. And now your God is saying it's okay to penetrate this woman and commit fornication. And Allah will say it's a blessing.
I don't know, man. Jay and James, me and Mr. Salt have explained a lot to you. And to be fair, there's not much we can do, man.
I'm asking you, is it still a sin to sleep with a woman that's not your wife?
Because the rules of free women, the rules of Malakat Amin are different.
So the God of Islam,
We've just told you
so the
rules
God
here.
of
It says you
Islam,
accept right hand possession.
oh my God, man.
It says accept right hand possession.
Just let me land, please. I'm trying to understand this. So the God of Islam has rules that are flexible depending on the time. Yet you can't provide evidence in your scriptures where the God of Islam is showing you clearly, because remember, we are dealing with a clear Quran, perfectly detailed, a detailed explanation of all things. I'm asking you.
It also says this for the believers. It also says this for the people of understanding. And
Okay, are you a believer and a person of understanding?
Sorry, are you a Muslim?
Are you a believer? Again, are you again? Are you again? Sufs. Shut up. Are you a believer? Are you a person of understanding? So then I'm asking you to explain it to me, you muppet. So show it to me, dummy.
Right. What am I going to show you?
I want to see the evidence. You say that you understand it. I mean, this is, and let me just mute you again. I don't think you're understanding me because you talk. Your mouth doesn't stop. You said you have 2 ears. Use them. I'm asking you, since you and Logical understand it and you see it, I'm asking you to present it to us and show it to us.
Okay, again, the Quran has clear guidelines who has understanding of the Quran. It says that when you have,
if you have that clear understanding, then show it to me.
You don't like the answer, James.
If you have, again, what is wrong with you guys? Let me shut up. If you have that understanding, then you show me, where do I find this understanding?
Are you a Muslim?
I don't need to be a bloody Muslim, but the Quran says it's clear, you dumbass.
Yes, you do.
So then if you can see it, then you show it to me.
Right. Are you not listening again? Are you not hearing what the words I said? Are you a Muslim?
So this is a grape apologist, basically.
No.
Trying to make up things on his own.
No, James, you're not
So these are the guys who come to your house and war and rape your women and children. because that's what Islam is about.
Okay, Jay, everyone, just shut it. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just Jay, 1 second. Jay, 1 second. 1 second, please. I just want everyone to notice that a Muslim is shut up. Shut it. Shut it. Shut your mouth. Thank you very much, sir. Shut your mouth. No one's panicking. I just want to speak on my life. Sit quietly and listen. Sit quietly. Sit quietly.
I don't want to listen to Kufar interpretation. I'd like to listen to our
Well, pretend I'm the pigeon that's about to take a dump on your Kaaba. Sit quietly and listen.
There we go.
Okay, James, listen, there's no need for that, right? But look.
Oh, just shut up and let me finish. Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm asking everyone to shut the gob up so I can finish a bloody sentence. Stop talking. Stop talking. Thank you very much. I just want everyone to notice now that the religion of Islam is telling me clearly in the clear book that is only a religion that is understood by Muslims. We ask the Muslims for the evidence of their claims. Then they say they don't need to give us because they understand the Quran. Again, the Quran doesn't say what they are saying. They are lying because this is like someone coming to your door, knocking on your door and trying to sell you something without you knowing anything about it. Now they're going to say, oh, but you got to trust me, bro, because I'm a Muslim. These are supposed to be people of understanding, yet at the same time, they are now telling us that the God of Islam, who says fornication is wrong, adultery is wrong, is then saying, no, it's okay though in cases of war, because the men are so desperate and can't control themselves because they only think with their willies, they have no self-control, that Allah has to now change his law that says stoning is the punishment for adultery. The God of Islam is now jumping and going, yeah, but man, these guys can't control themselves. So let me make sense. And only a Muslim will understand what I'm saying when I say it. This is how simple these Muslims want us to believe that this is true. Now, I can bring you back up, Sufs, but when I talk, shut your gob.
Let me just show one thing out here on the screen out here. Here's the deal, guys. So what we are asking for is number one, evidence out there anyway. So these can't give us evidence. So these are basically we're not denying that our God is saying you can't go ahead and sleep with married captives. We're just saying that they are married still. And in no way it says that their marriage has been null and void. So they can't prove that to us. It's just believe us, trust us. Now, he got 419 earlier. So,
I granted you that position.
Shush.
No, I granted you that position.
Shut up.
Why are you in panic mode?
Shut up.
Sufs, let him finish. Sufs, please, let him finish.
Okay, so shut up, you grape apologist. Okay, now, here it is in 419. In 419, what it says, remember he brought us 419 earlier? And he lied about on 419. This is Ibn Kathir in 419 is saying those who inherit, because I remember that inherit actually had some meaning behind it. It's not talking about whoever you want to marry. It's specific to which category of the women you want to marry. It says, oh, you believe you're not permitted to inherit women against their will. And it's explaining, before the practice was that when a man dies, his male relatives used to have the right to do whatever they wanted with his wife. If one of them wants, he would marry her, give her in marriage, or prevent her from marriage, for they had more right to her than her own family. Thereafter, this ayah was revealed about this practice. So remember, he brought us 419 saying, oh, it talks about general category of whoever you want to marry, whoever you marry. No, it's talking about a specific, again, category of a widower within their family. So it had nothing to do about that versus about a carte blanche rules on marriage across the board, across all categories. That's all I wanted to show. Again, Logical has been caught lying.
So Sufs, I want you to make it make sense.
Hold on. Again, we know the Quran come in a progressive revelation. So when this revelation came, whatever was prior to it, if something abrogates it, we believe in abrogation. Abrogation would have overtaken it as well. So, like I said to you, I couldn't even grant you the position that these people were still married and whatever. Fine. But it still says, except for those under right hand your possession. Once they've come under right hand possession, they would fall under the rules of right hand possession, which would be that it's acceptable.
Okay,
and it's halal. It's fine.
So everyone, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. So guys, it's fine in Islam because Allah is making it fine. Just so you guys know, once you married, it's only for. Hang on, so I heard you. Let me speak to, please. Thank you very much. So I'm just confirming what you said, guys. Steel manning his argument. You got a background noise? I'm going to mute you. you just got a lot of background noise. So I'm just saying to everyone now that this is how Islam works. It changes accordingly because the men can't control themselves and they need it. Now, this is like Diddy. Diddy brought these men to these parties because these men wanted a chance to not control themselves anymore. They wanted to do whatever they wanted to whoever they wanted. So everything is good at a Diddy party. Everything's allowed. Everything in Islam is allowed because Allah changes the rules as he goes along because he wants you to be happy. So now, Suf, my question now is, according to this, it's saying that only the men get these women. What do women get? Do women get as many men? Can you tell us, what do women get in Islam, in paradise, that they can also have on earth? And show us how it's so not Diddy. Because so far, it sounds like it's a Diddy party.
We're changing the argument.
By the way, James, he hasn't proved that you need the consent of the women.
He
Remember
doesn't.
that part.
You don't
I
need
never
it.
said anything about consent.
Don't need consent.
I'll go with the
So do
basis
you
of
need the
historical.
consent? Do you need consent or yes or no?
Consent is an understanding between two people and the understanding of the social construct of the time.
Thank you. Do you need consent of the
Hold
woman?
on. Hold on. Calm down. I don't know what's wrong with you, lot. When you're saying do they need to consent, not necessarily, because it comes down again to the understanding of what consent is. Consent is not a thing that was actually structured into when? Modern day times. When you said that this is what you say, this is what we say. In historically,
Just one second. Can I ask you something? How far back? Sufs, how far back do we go? Sufs, how far back? How far back do we go to find out when consent was allowed? How far back?
How far do you want to go back? Well, in history, you can see of how consent worked. Children that were sent up chimneys, do you think there was...
I didn't ask you that. Please listen again. Please. Sufs, please. Oh, man, shut up. You listen again, please, man. I'm asking you, Islamically, when did girls need consent in Islam? When was the change where they were allowed consent?
If you stop muting, you can hear an answer.
Yeah, but you don't shut up long enough for someone to finish a bloody question. No one's panicking. You're just pathetic. I'm asking you, when were women given the chance to give consent?
Just for marriage.
Just for marriage. What about sex?
There was no concept of consent after that, because once you've consented to a marriage, you understand the rules with the marriage, which is this is part of it.
Beautiful. So in Islam, just in Islam now, there's no consent for marriage. So in Islam, there's no. In Islam, no. So in Islam, there's no consent for the sex. There's only consent for the marriage.
So then stop talking if I haven't finished an answer.
If I want to talk, I'll speak.
Stop talking if I haven't
I will
finished an
speak.
answer.
I will speak if I want to.
Then don't ask
I
me
will
a
ask. I
question
will
if you don't
speak
want
if
the
I want
answer.
to.
Don't ask
I
a
will
question
speak
you
if I
don't
want to.
answer.
See that? I can speak whenever I want to because I don't need
So
your
why you asking
consent.
questions if you don't want
I
an
don't
answer?
need your consent. Do you understand me? This is not a marriage where you can penetrate me as much as you want
Don't
without
ask
my
questions.
consent. I'm asking you now. So at some point in your religion,
Don't ask
consent is not.
questions if you don't want
Again,
answers.
Sufs, try to focus. Don't panic
No,
now.
no,
Don't
try-
panic. Don't be like, don't panic. Listen again.
No,
So
again,
according to you, at some point, consent
you
for
panicking
marriage
again?
was allowed, but no consent
Why are
was
you panicking
needed. But no consent was needed for the
Can I
dingy.
finish my answer?
Can you tell me at a Diddy party?
finish my
I wasn't.
answer?
No. At a Diddy party, do you need consent?
Are you going to allow me to answer? Or you
At
gonna
a
mute?
Diddy party,
This is
do you
the,
need consent? Jay, wait. At a Diddy party, do you need consent?
Are you going to allow me to answer? Or are you gonna
Yes. At a Diddy party, do you need
mute? All right,
consent?
we're not talking about Diddy
At
party.
a
We're not
Diddy
talking about-
party,
we're
that's
not
the
talking
whole
about
topic.
fetishes. We're
That's
not
the
talking
whole
about
topic.
fetishes. Calm down.
That's the whole
We're not
topic.
talking about
At,
fetish.
I know
Calm
it's like
down.
Islam.
We're not talking.
At a Diddy party, do the women need to
Right, so
give?
again,
Do they need to give consent at a Diddy party?
can I answer without you muting?
Can you answer the question I asked?
Answer
At a
without you
Diddy party, do the
Can I
women
answer-
need to give
Can I answer?
consent?
Can I answer without
Answer the
muting?
question I asked.
Right, no, I'm not interested in your question. I'm interested in answering the question.
You'll answer the question I asked. At a Diddy
No, I
party,
won't, because you're not interested in answers. You're interested.
at a Diddy party, people, at a Diddy party, even at a Diddy party, women have to give consent. But in the filth of Islam, in this evil, depraved, filthy, disgusting cult, the woman don't need, you heard what he said, if you married it, it's part of it. If you married, that means it's fine. You can just penetrate them as you wish. This is what the Muslims want you to believe. At a Diddy party, because the whole topic is sex, sin, and sensuality, is a Diddy party or is it Islamic paradise? At a Diddy party, at least you know that you need to get the consent of the person that you're penetrating, whereas in Islam, you can penetrate them willy-nilly because your right hand possesses them. This is how filthy and evil this religion is. Just like the little 80,000 boys that you're allowed to penetrate that don't bleed, just like the little girls that are going to be running around for you in paradise that you're going to penetrate, and the 100 women that you're going to penetrate, you don't need their consent, because in Islam, silence is their consent and you can penetrate them. Typical example of how filthy and evil and disgusting this cult of Islam is.
Remember that these married women are not married to their masters. So it's not even so. This is what we're trying to say. It just boils down to this. Their God has made an exception for them to grape their captives who happen to also be married. So he already agreed that they were married. So if they're married to their husbands, they're not married to their masters. So no consent, he's saying, is also needed, because he says if they're married, they're married. Well, they're not married to the masters. They're married to their husbands. So there is no consent being asked here. So again, you have to keep in mind also, this is a divine decree that doesn't have an expiration period. The Muslims, what ISIS does, what all these guys did, how they took the Yazidi women, they did all this stuff, right? And married women and non-married women. They were doing Allah's work. They did not go against his commands. If you took them to an official Sharia court in front of a Sharia judge and he would open up the books, they could not charge these men with anything. They said, you did exactly what my Allah says you can do. That's the part out here, guys. These guys are good. By the way, God bless UK for importing this filth into there. This is the filth they import over there.
Okay, let me
This
just
is the mindset that they import over there.
So let me just explain something. Yes, I did crash out, Sufs, because I can't understand how a man is talking about graping and he's patting his own back, thinking it's okay. I don't understand how people like you and even the other idiot that you're clapping hands with over there are able to sit and comfortably say that, yes, you can grape a woman and it's fine. That's in your Quran. This is what's allowed in your book. The whole topic today is this a Diddy paradise or an Islamic paradise? We're talking about what's offered to these women and what's offered to these men. So what we're saying is that 424 is offered to the men again, just like it's the same thing offered to the men in paradise. They can penetrate as many women as they want because the God of Islam thinks with his willy. He's just sitting there eating popcorn with his two right hands, watching all this penetration. What do the women get? The whole topic is whether it's a Diddy party or an Islamic party, we're talking about paradise. And all we did, going by 424, 424 is clearly telling us in 424 that what the men get on earth, they can still get there. So you and Mufasa can hold hands and you can walk together and watch your sins fall off your hands, because apparently, like, this rainbow stuff, how sins fall down. Yes, I get frustrated and irritated. And yes, I will go bananas when I listen to grown, filthy, disgusting, evil men like you tell me that it's okay for women to be graped, how the marriage is now not valid, how the men can be using these women. Filthy, disgusting, and evil. This is the religion of Islam. This is what Islam is telling. Listen to these guys. When you marry them, no need for a consent, because they knew what they were getting into. This is how sick and evil it is. It's evil and sick. Now, the topic again, if I was inviting you to a Diddy party, would I offer you fornication, adultery, right hand possessed? Would I offer you all these things? Of course I would. Of course I would, because I'm sick and depraved as Diddy. Now, is Allah doing the same thing? Sure enough, definitely is, because he's telling you that I will give you not only these women, but you will also get these. You marry 100 of them. You'll have 100 of them that you can penetrate. You'll have your dingy for 100 women. Now, Diddy, well, he was giving out Viagra. He was pumping out the Viagra, saying, eat this Viagra, and guess what? As long as you eat the Viagra, you will be able to go through all night long. Allah's like, I got this, man. Diddy's only giving you for 15 women or 15 minutes. I'm going to give you for 100 women. This is what Islam is. This is what Islam is talking about. So, Sufs, when you say I'm crashing out, sure as hell, brother. I'm crashing out because I have emotions and feelings, and I have concern about these females that you look at as objects. You look at as objects. That's right, Oz. They give them the Zamzam water and they blow it up their backsides. This is the Islam that they're importing into your countries, into your cities and your towns, where they're saying that this is the God of Islam will punish you if you're not married, but he will take away the marriage just so you can get penetrated. Just so you can penetrate. Sufs, if you want to come up and make it make sense, you can. I'm not sure if you want to. I sent you an invite, but tell me the difference between a Diddy party and Islamic heaven.
I'll come up, but you need to stop muting me and calm down.
So when I talk, you shut your gob. Simple as that.
No, but you keep talking. That's the problem. You ask a question and then you just start talking.
What's the difference between a Diddy party and what is the
difference
difference between an Islamic paradise and a Diddy paradise?
You're doing it again. What is the point of being here if you're going to keep muting people?
I didn't mute you. What are you talking about? I'm reading. I'm looking at you.
I didn't mute myself.
I didn't mute you.
All right. So one's permissible, one's impermissible. Has that answered your question?
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, that's how you think. I said that's how you Muslims are. So that's fine. I asked you a question. I asked you a question. I said I agree. Dude, what is wrong with you? I said I agreed with you. I said I agreed. I said I agreed with you. You asked me a question. You said, what's the problem? I said I agreed.
I didn't ask you anything.
You said, okay, never mind. So what do you want to add?
One's permissible, one's impermissible. That's answered the question.
So then if you answer the question, let me continue. Let me continue then. So then listen again. Stop talking. Now you don't talk. Don't talk. Don't talk.
Finished.
Oh my God, how long do you need?
Allow me to finish an answer.
Sure, finish it. Please tell everybody how raping a woman that's married is permissible in Islam.
You keep saying the word graping. Can you substantiate it when it be graping?
Okay, take Muhammad for example. When he took Safwan, what's the name? Safia. What's the name? The one that he
took her on the ramp and then he married her. He married her then. Yes.
How did he wait his 40 days, or did he wait that waiting period? No, he married her the next day, correct? He penetrated her the next day, correct?
She was already with another Sahaba, yes.
It doesn't matter. Did Muhammad take her from a dead husband, family, father, and sleep with her the very next day?
No,
or the same day?
She wasn't.
She wasn't.
She wasn't.
Show us evidence.
She hadn't slept. She was given. What did he say? He claimed her, but he hadn't slept with her. And then, as a part of war booty, he said, "Okay, this one is mine. That's it." But she hadn't slept with him. He slept with her before marrying her. He slept with her before marrying her after he unalived her entire family. MashaAllah. What a great religion. Okay?
Can we just slow down? Can we just slow down? Suf. Okay, just one. Jay, please. Suf. Can you prove to me that Muhammad married her? Can you show me?
No, substantiate.
I'm about to, but you need to shut up long enough so someone can finish a bloody sentence. Listen again. Listen again. If Muhammad took her after her husband and father died the same day, and he slept with her the same day, my question to you is:
can you show me the hadith where he says it's the same day? Go on.
Can I finish? Because it seems as if you have a problem. So it seems as if you have, again, shut up. It seems you have a problem. Again, I'm about to explain it, but you keep talking. All you have to do, and we asked you initially to provide the evidence that he didn't, then why didn't you just bring it?
Why should I make
so again, I'm about to read it for you. Would you like to wait, or would you like to talk?
Yes, I would like to see where he says the same day that they unalived the family, he slept with her.
Okay, so whether it's the same day or the day after, is that a problem?
The same day.
Is it again? Man, you listen, retard. Your parents' first cousins. Listen again. 5%. 5%. I'm gonna read it for you. 5%. Listen. Listen. Stop talking. Don't unmute. Stop talking. I'm about to show it to you. right? Stop talking, 5%er. Stop talking. Okay? Stop talking. Thank you very much. Now, the person that we're looking at is called Safiya, correct? Do you agree that Muhammad went to her and took her while she was still married?
I'm not agreeing to anything with you anymore until you bring your hadiths and bring your claims, and I can read it myself.
Sunan Abin Malik.
So I would
Sunan
just say
Anas.
the same-
I'm reading. Shut up.
Same day.
Oh my goodness, man. This guy, definitely, man. Talk about me banging out. It's because of people like you, man. They accept grape. So now we're going to read. Because Muhammad, he said that he violated his own command when he went and took the Jude girl called Safiya, whose father had been killed. And since he didn't, can you mute? Can you mute? Because I can hear your brain activity. Stop. Just keep yourself muted.
Just carry on.
Mute yourself because your brain activity is causing disturbance.
Just carry on reading.
Mute yourself so that I can read without your brain activity causing static on the screen. Thank you very much. So, this again is from Sahih Bukhari. And it says, we arrived at Khaybar, and when Allah helped his apostle to open the fort, the beauty of Safiya bin Huway, whatever, blah, 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 whose husband had been killed while she was a bride, was mentioned to the apostle. The Prophet selected her for himself and set out with her, and when he reached a place called Shahaba, Safiya became clean from her menses, then Allah apostle married her. Now, remember that there's a waiting period, but I'm going to show you different hadiths now, many different hadiths, and how they change accordingly. Then it says that that's when he married her. Now, we'll take you to the hadith where it also says that, again, according to Islam, that Muhammad, he was in a bit of a panic because what he saw was that one of his soldiers saw that he was with this girl, and let me see, I've got it over here with the reference, and it says, one second, where'd I go? So let me read some more. And then it says, again, this is another one by Bukhari. It says, the Prophet stayed for 3 nights between Khaybar and Medina and was married to Safiya. Remember, there's a period that they're supposed to wait before. I think it's 40 days, if I'm not mistaken. 40 days. So he waits 3 nights before sleeping with her. Now we're getting closer to the day after. First it says that he waited for her menses. Now it's gone 3 days. Christian Sheikh, if you have that other one for me, that would be brilliant. Again, that's according to Bukhari. Then you've got another one by Bukhari that says that the Prophet then bought Safiya from when he won her from the war booty, again confirming that he took her from the war booty, and again proving that he took her and slept with her. Then it goes on and says over here, and Allah's messenger got his exchange in 7 heads and entrusted her to Sulaim, maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong, so that she might embellish her and prepare her with him. He had been under the impression that he had said so that she might spend the night or a period of her iddah with her at Sulaim's house. Anyway, it goes on and says, when he intended to ride, he made her wear the veil, and she sat on the hind part of the camel, so they came to know that he had married her. In the same day he had married her. Then it goes on again when it says, when talking about this, it says that so it was lawful for them when they compete against the waiting period, blah, blah, blah. But again, these are all the different hadiths pointing to the fact that he was married to her on the same day, didn't wait a period after mourning, but penetrated her. So again, can you show me that he waited, now that I've shown you this, where he waited? Because again, remember that, let me find the hadith where the guy was standing in the morning saying to him in the very next morning, why are you still standing here? And the guy said, well, I was afraid that since you unalived her parents yesterday, I was standing guard because of what you did to them. So again, this is again talking about Safiya, how this woman was taken from her family, was taken by Muhammad and slept with in the 24 hours of this whole incident. And he thinks that the woman, after losing her husband and father, is going to consent. No, Muhammad was a rapist. Muhammad slept with these women whether they were the slaves, whether he had them as right hand possessed, or whether he took them from war booty. Muhammad took these women and slept with them without their consent. Because again, according to Sufs, they don't need consent because they give it when they marry.
Are you done monologuing or are you still going? Oh, okay, looks like you're done monologuing. Okay. The iddah period, who's it for?
The iddah is for those that are married.
Right, so was she married? No, the iddah period is for women who are married, and then Islamically, when you give them iddah, they remain in iddah. Yes.
Okay, stop for a second. Stop. What is the reason for the iddah?
Women of captive, what's the
What
waiting
is
period?
the reason for the iddah?
What to ensure she's not pregnant?
Beautiful. So was this woman married?
What's the rule when
Was
it comes
this
to
was
right-hand
this
possession?
was this woman married?
Can you please just
Was
answer the question?
Safia married?
Oh my God, you are so slow.
I know,
Man,
but
are
you think
too
I'm a
slow.
Muslim.
You are too
Was
slow.
was
When it comes to
Safia
right-hand possession,
was
what is the iddah
Safia
period?
married?
What's the ruling when it comes to right-hand possession
That you must wait.
for iddah period?
You must wait.
For how long?
3 months.
No. No. One menstrual cycle.
What is the what? Hang on a second. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. We're gonna get to this in a second. In Surah 65:4, what is the iddah for? How long is the iddah?
For married women.
I know.
What is the ruling for right-hand possession?
Are these married women? Are they still married women?
What is the ruling for right-hand possession?
Are these women still
You're not answering my question, isn't it?
again?
Because now you know you're baked
Safs
again.
was
What is the ruling?
Safs
Stop
was
asking me stupid
Safia
questions, please.
was Safia married?
Is the iddah the same for both
Was
categories?
was Safia
Is
married?
the iddah the same for both categories?
The reason for let me explain this again.
Is the iddah the
I'm
same
about
for
to
both
I'm about
categories?
to explain it.
It's a simple yes
Don't
or no.
panic. Don't panic. Breathe.
It's a simple yes or
Don't
no.
panic. Don't go full Muslim. Don't
Is
panic.
the iddah
Don't
period
panic.
the same
Don't
for
panic.
both categories?
Don't panic. I'm about to explain.
No,
Don't panic.
Don't explain anything. It's a yes
I'm
or no.
about to explain. Don't panic.
No, you monologue for 20 minutes.
Don't panic.
and
I'm
now
about to
ask you one
explain.
question,
Notice,
and
guys.
you're gonna do another 20
Notice
minutes.
this. Watch this, guys. The reason for the iddah
You're
is
doing
to
another
again.
20
I'm not done.
minutes.
I'm not done.
You're gonna do another 20 minutes.
Don't go full Muslim,
You're gonna do another 20 minutes, Jay. You're gonna do.
ladies and gentlemen. The reason for the iddah.
You're gonna
The
do
reason
an-
for the iddah is the waiting period
You see
to
this,
make sure
everyone's-
that the girl is not pregnant.
See
Safia
this, you're-
was married, meaning that if
20
Muhammad
minutes
was to sleep with her
20
to make
minutes-
sure that the child was
20
not hers, we
minutes-
have to make sure that the iddah
Doing
is
it
there.
again.
I'll drop you again.
And
Like,
this is the
I'll drop you like the pigeon droops its poop on the Kaaba, and I'll bring you up like the yo-yo in a minute. So again, in 65:4, the reason for the iddah is the waiting period to make sure the girl is not pregnant. Safia was married. If Muhammad wanted to make sure that her child was his and not someone else's, he would have to wait the iddah because she was married. Now, this is why it's called the iddah. Can you show me anywhere in Islam where the iddah is not relevant for slaves? I'll say it again. Where in Islam is the iddah not relevant for the slave woman? Right? This is what I'm asking. So, and while I have this on the screen, I'm going to put it now. I want you guys to see this on the screen and I'll show this to you guys now. And this is another example of why you don't trust Islam. Because on the screen right now, I've got the hadith that's going to show you. I don't know why my phone is not charging, but let me just do this so you guys can see this. Let me show it to you. Let me see if I can. 1 second. Okay, let me see if I can show it on the YouTube, TikTok as well. How do I do this? How do I do this? There. So, in fact, give me a second, guys. I'm going to show you something where it talks about where he sleeps with the girl in one night, right? Okay, just 1 second. So, just 1 second. Nearly there. Nearly there. So, on the screen, I want you guys to pay attention to what it says, right? Pay attention to what it says. And I'm going to show you guys over here. It says the companions were uncertain whether he had taken her as a concubine or a wife and see if she covers and yada yada. Then it says they were mounted on his camel. He placed his garment he was wearing over concubines, her back, and blah, blah, blah. They lagged behind him in the journey, and it goes on. Then it goes on and says, so he placed her knee on his thigh and he mounted, yada, yada. And then it says he built it. Abu Ubaid spent the night standing near his tent. Now pay attention, right? The guy is standing outside Muhammad's tent. His name is Abu Uyub. Spent the night outside his tent, holding the hilt of his sword until morning. When he saw Allah's messenger, Muhammad, peace be upon him, Abu Ayyub exclaimed, Allahu Akbar, when he saw him come out. What is the messenger of God, and may Allah bless him, and blah, blah, blah. He says, I was sleepless that night. And he said to him, in the matter, what is the matter with you? He said, I remembered that you unalived her father, her brother, and most of her tribe. So I fear that she might assassinate you. I fear that she might assassinate you, showing that the guy, Muhammad, unalived her entire family, and Muhammad took her and slept with her, and this guy stood outside the room protecting Muhammad. And then the messenger laughed and said to him kindly, right? Anyway, the point is over here. Why would someone stand guard if Muhammad had married her and the relationship was consented to or agreed to? Why would he do that? He said to Muhammad, I remembered that you unalived her father, her brother, and her husband, and most of her tribe, so I feared she may assassinate you. Now, why would he do that? If this was after months, after weeks, after whatever this Muslim wants us to believe, why would he now go against it and then say that this is okay? Right? This is a typical example now of why we can't trust Islam. Christian Sheikh.
I just want to correct something about the translation you have. You see where it says when he built it. See it on the top a little bit? On the left?
Oh, there.
Yeah, here. You see when it says he built it? The translation is wrong. In Arabic it says وَلَمَّا بَنَى بِهَا, when he had intercourse with her. So when he built it is actually a wrong translation. In Arabic it says when he had when he had intercourse with her. This is the meaning of when he built it. The translation is wrong. So in Arabic it's saying something different. But here, this is what I saw you. If you want, look, let me show you where.
If I do
no,
this
go up a little bit.
over here somewhere.
No. Hold on. Okay, so go up. Oh, yeah. Go one line down. No. One line down. No. Hold on, Jakes. One more.
Down.
One more line. Yeah. Go all the way to the right. All the way to the right. No. Yeah, do not highlight. Yes, here. One more. What? Two more words. One more. No. Hold on. Go less. One more less. One more. Yeah, here. وَلَمَّا بَنَى بِهَا, this means he had when he have intercourse with her.
So that's what it says, right?
Or probably the translation is going to say when he built it.
Yeah. So basically, according to what you're showing me now, on the night that Muhammad took her, he did the dingy with her.
100%.
Okay. So now that we...
Can I add something?
Yeah, sure.
And then I will drop you. So I apologize.
No, listen, you good, because I need an Arabic.
Muhammad, he had to follow the rules and the laws and the commandments of Allah. So they have to wait 3 months or 40 days, whatever, when her husband is dead. So that means she already had a husband. So he had intercourse with her, which is her husband, the Jewish guy.
That's right.
So why he did not wait for 30 days or 40 days, and he had intercourse with her the same night. And that's it. God bless. Thank you, James. I will be listening, brother.
No worries. So again, I just want to make this, everyone understand this. What we did now is show you what happened on the night. This wasn't 40 days, wasn't 3 months. Now, what this guy is saying again now is if it's your right hand possessed, then it doesn't matter. This is the Muslim mind. So now it doesn't matter if she's married or not. It doesn't matter if she was married or not, because now in the eyes of Islam, it's now gone. It's no longer relevant, no longer necessary for you to be for anything in Islam. Because Allah now comes up and goes, yeah, you were married, but I don't recognize your marriage. But if you slept with someone outside of that marriage, then you are actually sinning. So whether you're sinning or not in Islam is just depending on who you are. So in Islam, this is not a sin to rape a woman after you unalive her family. That's not a problem. If she did dingy without marrying her husband, that would have been sick as well. That would have been wrong. So again, Islam is telling us over and over that Islam can change it according to who's going to be the recipient of it. Evil, sick, and disgusting. Again, the reason that I have this blowout and I apologize for that, is because I can't understand how these grown men living among us are this deprived, are this evil, are this sick. I don't understand how we accept this in our societies. All the time, listening to these people make excuses for this. Literally make excuses for this filth. And we're supposed to just go, oh, okay, it's Islam, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's just Islam, guys. Let me just highlight this. Let me just keep this over here. And I told you guys, once you read the Psalms, then the Muslims come in. Yeah, I got to keep myself hydrated, and it's just I can have a conversation with these people, but when they start talking about women and children and then lying, I apologize, but I can't. I don't know how to deal with people that like that. I'm sorry, so forgive me for that. It's just I don't know, man. I can't handle these people knowing that this is among us. This is if I saw a snake in the grass, I'd warn everyone around me. I'd be warning you guys to be careful. But this is an example, perfect example of how Diddy at least is now in prison where Allah and Muhammad should be. Diddy, by behaving the way he did, he showed us all that this is not the way to behave, yet Islam is saying this is the way to behave. The reason we went to this verse, the reason we spoke about this verse in the first place, was to show you what is promised on earth is also promised in heaven. According to the Quran, 4:24 is not only for the flesh on earth, but you will have all of this in paradise. And who is the one that's going to give this to you? The person who participates in holy battles in Allah's cause and nothing compels him to do except the belief in Allah and his apostles will be recompensed by Allah either with a reward or booty if he survives on earth, or will be admitted to paradise if unalived as a martyr. So the Quran is confirming exactly what he's going to get. The Quran confirms what he's about to get, and if he's going to get it, it's coming to him in the name of Allah, both on earth and in paradise. And this is why, by reading the Quran, we can see if you slay in the name of Allah, if you unalive in the name of Allah, if you are unalived in the name of Allah, these are the benefits of Islam. This is what you get in Islam. You get all of these goodie bags in Islam. In paradise, 72 virgins with large eyes and perfectly formed breasts. Again, the woman in Islam, like at the Diddy party, she's just there to be used. This is why be careful who you vote for and who you allow to run your towns, cities, your mayors, your governors, whatever. Be careful who you vote for, because they're bringing this in, and then you have these Muslims that see no problem, have no problem with it. And we got to live with this. So again, I apologize again.
So, I mean, look, sometimes we get into the minutiae and this and that and everything in there. And we also forget the big picture. The big picture is their purpose is to say it is okay to sleep with prepubescent children. It's okay to go to war and have slaves even today, because that's still a There's no expiration period, and it is okay if they're married or unmarried to then force yourself upon them. You don't need their consent. There are 4 schools of Sharia, which is the authority on their laws, agree with us. You don't need their consent. Okay. Now somehow the idea that he's attacked their family, he's unalived, and they say that they actually burnt the husband. Okay, to make him confess on certain things, but secondary. All of those acts do not. They separate those acts. They said, but you know what? He married her. You think that 17-year-old girl wanted to marry a 54-year-old prophet? Because you can force a marriage on her, so that means all you got to do is this. You know what? And they do it in their countries right now. You look at it in Bangladesh and Pakistan and in Nigeria and everything else. They sit down and kidnap Christian women, Hindu women, and they force them into marriage. And then they say, well, you know what? I slept with her, but I made sure that I was married to her. All the other circumstances around it, a Muslim mind will go like, I want to cancel that. I don't want to pay attention to that. I'm just going to pick up on the fact that he only slept with her after he married her. So in his head, if his own sister was picked up by somebody else, if his own mother was picked up by somebody else and forced into a marriage and then slept with, he says, oh, that's fine. The act that they were picked up and kidnapped and done all this stuff doesn't matter to them in their head. This is the degeneracy that we have to have a conversation with. This is their mind. This is who they are. You welcome them into your country. You are bringing in this stuff. You associate with them. This is what they're bringing in. Yes. And let me tell you, don't tell me this is only a small percentage of them who are on TikTok who talk about this. This is 99% of them think this way. Some are vocal, some are quiet, but they all support it. And how do you know they all support this stuff? When Pew did a study across many countries and asked only Muslim men in the Pew study, would you be willing to accept Sharia as your law of the land? 90 to 95% of them said yes. Why do I bring that up? Because in that same Sharia law, folks, this is allowed. They know it is allowed. So don't be fooled by, oh, you can't put this label across majority of the Muslims. Majority, 90 to 95% say, yes, it's okay for the laws and the constitution of my country to be switched to Sharia.
I got a guest on YouTube, but let me just set Sako run, and then I've got a guest on YouTube, and then I've got to go. I've actually realized I overstayed my welcome. Sako.
Yes, hello, sir. God bless you all. God bless you, James, and God bless Brother Jay. So just remember, they don't have only 72 or whatever virgins in their paradise. There is a verse that it's clear tafsir, it's trustworthy. Verse 7 says 74,700, something like that. 73,000, 74,000.
That's right.
Virgins, you know?
Yeah. And that's true that if you listen to David or ex-Muslim, David ex-Muslim, Ahmed ex-Muslim, he's actually broken it down and explained all of that. I don't have the details for that, so I couldn't bring it up. But yes, you allowed, there's thousands of women you can have, because you get women's, women. They all have women with them, and you get more. But anything else, Sako? I want to get to one more person, then I got to go. All right, now I'm on YouTube, guys. Nahid, are you there? I had to mute you, brother. You got some noise? Nahid? Nahid, are you there? Nahid?
Yes, hello.
Hello there. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sir. Can I ask you, do you know who P. Diddy is?
Who?
P. Diddy.
Yeah, can I ask you something?
No, I'm asking you. Do you know who P. Diddy is?
Forget it. I don't want to know. But why do you still follow Christianity? A man
Because
may
Allah
believe.
told me in the Quran. You asked me a question. Let me answer. Because Allah told me in the Quran that the Bible is, again. You asked a question, Naid. Must I get you tissues for your feelings? Okay. Allah told me in the Quran that because the Bible is true, I must follow it. Are you saying that Allah lied?
Bible is bullshit. It has to be thrown in the dustbin, brother. We all have thrown it in the dustbin. We do not follow it. Throw Bible, throw Torah in the dustbin. It is bullshit.
Step up to the mic, it's a verbal showdown. Got my notes lined up, I'm ready to throw down. But you, man, you came with a box of tissues. Every single question
Why
turns
do you
into
follow
feelings
such a
issues.
bullshit
I ask for a
brother?
point, you pivot like ballet. Spin so fast, I'm getting dizzy halfway. Answer the question, you cough, you sigh. Suddenly it's allergies. Every time I try, you build smoke screens like a stage magician. Now we lost the topic, where's the definition? I brought facts, receipts, and citations too. You brought vibes and a dramatic view.
No more tears, no more fears. We just want answers ringing loud and clear. No more dodging, no more plays. Stop moonwalking out of what I say. No more wait, that's not fair. No more hands up in the air. Stand your ground, say something true. The bait ain't hide and seek, I'm looking at you.
You got 10 excuses in a trench coat stack. Every time I press you, you vanish from the facts. Turn a yes or no into a TED Talk maze. By the time you're done, it's been 3 whole days. Let me clarify, yeah, here we go again. That's codifying, answering, my friend. You redefine words like a dictionary glitch. Every sentence twisted just to dodge the switch. You cry straw man like it's your theme song, but I quoted you verbatim, can't be that wrong. You debate like fog, hard to grab, but when it clears up, there's just no slam.
No more tears, no more fears. We just want answers ringing loud and clear. No more dodging, no more plays. Stop moonwalking out of what I say. No more wait, that's not fair. No more hands up in the air. Stand your ground, say something true. The bait ain't hide and seek, I'm looking at you.
This ain't drama class, drop the act. No violin needed, just state the facts. You got a point? Then let it breathe. Not every question needs a smoke machine. Imagine a world where you just say, I don't know. Instead of building castles made of maybe so. Respect goes up when honesty appears, not when arguments drown in crocodile tears. So take a breath, wipe the slate, stand up straight. Let's really debate. No more running, no more disguise. Truth don't need backup lies.
No more tears, no more fears. The truth hits sharp like shears. No more dodging left and right. Face the question, join the fight. No more loops, no more spins. Let the real discussion begin. Step to the mic, keep it real and true. Or the debate's already done with you. With you.
I just needed to play that to get my mind settled, because that guy came up and I don't know why he even requests. You know, you can hear that his brain is not braining. Last word, Sako. You want to add anything? Nope.
God bless you, Mr. James. Can I just add something, last thing, and then I'll drop?
Yeah.
So, according to those Abduls that came before, what you write, just logically, without religious, without saying, oh, Allah allowed, so Allah, just logically, morally. What you write, they say, what your right hand possesses and consent in the same sentence. How can that be? You know, I mean, what your right hand property, what your right hand possesses, and you ask, oh, may I do it with you? I mean, you know what I mean? It's kind of delusional.
It's hypocritical.
Yes, exactly. Thanks for the word.
No worries. Jay, you want to add anything? I need to go.
Nah, it's a good line, man. It was spirited, it was good. And we know evidence, asking for evidence is the greatest Achilles heel for these guys do. They just, we believe, comes back every time.
That's right. That's why, people, we don't go full Muslim. Don't go full Muslim. We'll end off with a song, and God bless you guys. Thank you so much for all the support. And I'm working on my patience.
Yeah. Never go full Muslim. We started with a question, clear and tight. You had the mic, you had the light, but when it pressed, you switched the frame. Turn the smoke, change the game. Bible this, corruption that. Sidestep facts, imagine that. If it's the truth, then let it breathe. Don't dodge the point and change the thing. When pressure hits, don't overload. Don't flip the script, don't change the code. Stand your ground, stay in the lane. Truth, don't fear, little flame. Never go for Muslim, don't lose your head. Answer what was actually said. No distractions, no attack. Bring it forward, bring it back. Never go for Muslim, stay composed. When the spotlight's fully exposed. If it's solid, let it show. If it's weak, just let it go. Don't run to history when it's theology. Don't swap the claim for mythology. If the topic's A, don't answer Z. That's not debate, that's strategy. Real strength doesn't need a shout. Doesn't twist or wander out. Clear and calm, point by point. That's how truth anoints always. When pressure hits, don't overload. Don't flip the script, don't change the code. Stand your ground, stay in the lane. Truth, don't fear, little flame. Never go for Muslim, keep it real. Like the picture, match it, all revealed. No embarrassment, no cheap show. Let integrity steal the glow. Never go for Muslim, think it through. Let the truth do what you prove. If it's not it, let it show. If it's weak, just let it go. Never go full Muslim. Never go full Muslim. Never go full Muslim. Never go full Muslim. Yeah.
Okay, guys, God bless each and every single one of you. Pray for me. Pray that I get my patience. Pray that I, try to work. Man, again, I just want to say this. My apologies is because I struggle when it comes to children and women. And when people, are like this and they say the things that they say, man, they haven't seen what we've seen, where I grew up and stuff. And, it does touch, but I pray for patience. But man, but I'm trying to be better tomorrow than I was today. Just know that. And God bless you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. God bless you guys. Stay safe. Stay in Christ.